Hi, folks. Welcome to day 2 of the NFL Draft here, and we're very excited to be with you. Ken McCusick here with co-host Vas Larikos. Vas, how you doing?
Fantastic, Ken. Absolutely thrilled by the Nate Wiggins pick.
Yes, it was an exciting day 1. Wiggins was the culmination, I would say, of a day or night of great frustration for me personally, looking at offensive tackle after offensive tackle coming off the board early. And one of the things we talked about in our draft preview, was that the Ravens really needed to have some things go right for them. And among those was that no team that didn't really need a left tackle would draft one. And of course, the Chargers broke that trend right away by taking Joe Alt at number 5.
Yes, they did. They passed on was it Neighbors at that moment and took Alt, and wild day of events. But Nate Wiggins was a player that we both coveted player outside of the top 20 consensus. And the more I dig into it and learn about him, the fonder I grow of him.
He is a very good one. He was my number 1 corner on the board, as I mentioned yesterday. I guess I'm pretty happy about that fact. But he's the one guy who has really top tier athleticism, along with top tier coverage results. Now, surprisingly, there's guys with one or the other, but not both. And he's the one who really has both. There's a guy a little later in this draft who has absolutely top of the chart coverage metrics, but doesn't quite have the top athleticism. But we're going to get to him a little bit later today, I think. But anyway, should be a really fun day 2 here. Frustrated as hell, obviously, at 29, that the Dallas jumping up in front to take Guyton is very reminiscent for me of 2007 of Staley and the jump in front of the Ravens, who eventually picked Grubbs.
Taking a step back, I think Wiggins may be a little bit of a safer player than Guyton, in all honesty. A couple of things stood out to Wiggins: 25 passes defense in his last 23 career games. So he has the ball skills. Obviously, has the speed, the fastest flying 20 at the combine, which is the final 20 yards of the 40-yard dash. So, and the youth on top of it also. Thrilled with the pick. So now we have to turn our attention to the offensive side of the ball, and offensive tackle is going to be really the key to making this draft class a success, I believe.
Completely agree. And the Ravens will have to get on their horse very quickly, I believe, to draft a tackle in round 2, a left tackle, or the window will have closed in some ways on getting developmental player, because it looks like really we're down to pretty much developmental players at this point, with Amagaji coming out of Yale. I can't believe he'll be ready to play NFL football right away. A number of other players like Rosengarten, who doesn't have much of an ankle at this an anchor at this point. Kind of a sore point here for Ravens fans, that the guy wouldn't have an ankle. Patrick Paul is a huge human being and very big lump of clay, but it got a lot that he does wrong as a tackle currently. And Suamataia, who is probably the big prize right now. And I wouldn't have been upset with him being taken at 30. One of the reasons why I think that first night of the draft, and I want to hear your thoughts on this in particular, was only really about a 7 for the Ravens, was that while they got a huge value gain in terms of the Wiggins pick, that they also cost themselves in terms of the barriers to entry in the future at left tackle. And I believe they're going to have to overpay for that at some future point. So love the Wiggins pick as well. But what are your thoughts on that?
I would grade it I'd actually go higher. I would go with a 9. I wasn't completely pressed on taking offensive tackle in the first round. If you can come back now in the second round and get a player you like. Another name I throw into the mix is Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame, who'd probably be the 5th tackle really that they'd want. I think there's a reasonable chance to consider moving up in the second round or the third round. And because if you can grab like we said, the offensive tackle is the barrier to entry, maybe having to part with a day 3 draft pick in order to move forward in the draft.
It won't. Unfortunately, in order to move up to where they would need to draft some of these tackles in about the first 10 picks of the second round to get a Suamataia, for example, he might be the first guy off the board. He might very well. But whoever is the first left tackle off the board is probably completely out of the Ravens' price range, even if they traded every remaining pick they have. So this is the really strange thing about it. So they just don't have the capital to move up without trading a player or 2 picks from next year. So I would not say that's impossible.
I'd rather not part with picks for next year. So 93, 62 plus 93, which would both the picks would take you up to 48. 62 plus 113, which is the fourth round pick, would take you up to 54. So those are two options, I guess, there. I'm very optimistic about the secondary, though, going forward. Perhaps the best starting five in the NFL now with the Nate Wiggins pick.
Let's answer Mark's question here quickly as soon as we can. Any chance that they trade Mark Andrews in the next hour to move up in this draft? And Mark Andrews, by the way, has about a $1 million, which basically is a net zero cap impact this year. So you're just trading the player effectively, and you'd be down to likely only. Some people would say they only have room for one tight end in this offense. And somebody would be getting a late career Andrews, for a significant salary number still, a very significant salary number for the next 2 years.
Right.
Do you think there's enough trade value there that they could move up in this round? Because it kind of sounds like it'd be Andrews and a pick to move up in round 2 to me.
It's hard to predict what they could get for Andrews. I guess, what is it, about $8 million a year cap hit or so? Oh, let me look that up while we
on Andrews?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's more than that. Yeah.
Well, if the Ravens are keeping the signing bonus portion,
I think it was like 11 million. But let me look at this. I will bring it up too. I like to have OTC up during the game thing, so we can answer these kind of questions. And they haven't quite announced anybody's on the clock yet, but when they do, we'll bring in the other panelists here. We want to look at this. Salary 24. Yeah, 8 million.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, for that number, but do you want to part with Mark Andrews? I personally do not.
Okay.
I think he still has some good years left in this offense as Lamar's go-to guy.
All right. Well, very good. We'll see how that works out, and hopefully the Ravens keep their tight ends. And great question, though, Mark. We really appreciate this kind of thing. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Alex. I understood the need to move up, and it wouldn't have cost much at the end there if they wanted to trade up to 27, which was, I think, the last reasonable chance. Then they would have had to give up a 4th round pick for it, and I think that would have been a good call on Guyton. And Alex, the reason I think so, I think I've already stated here, but barriers to entry are so high they will end up paying through the nose if they need to do it in the future. So while there is a gain, I understand the need. They're still in some sort of pre-stage here, but we're about to open this up here in a second. We'll just get a couple more questions here while we're going. Yeah, I would agree, Jay. I think that's going to be a tough call.
Tough call, but not impossible. Staying optimistic right now. We'll see what it looks like midway through the second round. Already dealing with lesser prospects.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure, true.
All right, very good. All right, well, we'll go ahead and open it up now and bring on a couple more panelists. There's some people who will join us at various stages, but I want to make introductions properly. On the, I don't know if it's going to be your lower left or not, because I think we all see this screen differently, but wearing what looks to be a Vikings jersey, but is actually Ravens purple, theoretically, probably bought from a secondary source of jerseys, I'm guessing somewhere, is Brad McGowan, who is a regular guest on the Film Study Shorts and whatnot. And in the lower left, and Brandon, it would help if you'd reduce your headspace there a little bit, because we can't really see you above some comments that are at the bottom of the screen, is Brandon Croxton. He was on the show last night, and ex-defensive lineman at Howard, and his claim to fame is he played with Marcus Douglas there. That's good, Brandon.
Okay.
But some really good comments, and Brandon will make sure we get to you more today than we did last night, which I really apologize for.
No problem. Yeah.
At times, we will bring in a board like this, which is really going to Brady Bunch our pictures here, but you didn't come to see us. You came to see who the Ravens draft. And I have a very loose set of players that I have not updated with all my honorable mention players at positions where I don't think we'll hit that range yet. So I need to do more work for day 3 to get that done. But at wide receiver, I think we're fairly well stocked down to about 17 receivers that could be taken in this round. Actually, there might be more than that. And the offensive line, I might come in a little short, particularly at tackle. But these guys I have down here, Jones and Rouse, I mean, are like what I had hoped would be 4th or 5th round value guys. Rosengarten, I'd hope, is a 3rd round guy. And, now it looks like some of these guys, and could be 5 more offensive tackles go in round 2. Anybody thoughts about that?
Certainly possible. The one thing that may prevent so many tackles going are the 9 different teams took an offensive lineman in the first round.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing I've heard said for the counter to that would be that also a lot of teams took a quarterback and they want to protect them.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like this is a draft where offensive tackles have kind of gotten pushed up the board, and other positions like cornerback have kind of been pushed down a little bit. Really, you could say all defensive players were pushed down. I mean, goodness gracious, like none in the first 15 picks were defensive players. So that's that's really showing teams are prioritizing offense. But maybe since offense was so heavily weighted in the first round, might be seeing a shift where defensive players are going to start to get taken, and then maybe a good offensive tackle or skill position player, wide receiver, gets pushed down the board a little bit more than otherwise would get taken, and maybe somebody like that falls into our lap.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Hey, Brad, how about you take this one here? What about taking developmental tackle and Stanley re-signs a 1-year deal? I think he's basically saying put it off to 26, since Stanley is signed for 24.
I think anything is on the table at this point. I think one of your weekly podcasts, maybe that you and Voss did at the end of the season, I had heard Stanley on the lounge talking to the lounge guys about his injury and how he felt like he was finally back to where he wanted to be. And, Stanley is still not yet 30. His injury history is troubling, but, I don't think we could rule out that he would play really, decent this season, and the Ravens would want to bring him back.
How do you guys feel about, offensive linemen play pretty late. Left tackles are an incredible short commodity. Is Stanley going to play somebody else or somewhere else, and possibly multiple other places for 4 or 5 more seasons before he's done?
I think it depends how the injury, can he stay healthy? Can he put together maybe not a full season, but 80% of a season? Not a lot of teams want to pay tackles that aren't available, even if when they are, they play at a high level. He hasn't necessarily played at a high level, but I think it's a fair question. I mean, in a way, Stanley's betting on himself to agree to that restructure. So maybe that's in his mind as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a handful of like pretty solid left tackles that have played late in their career. Trent Williams is in his mid-30s at this point. And Andrew Whitworth retired after his year 40 season. So, Stanley's not those guys at this point in his career, but it does seem like if they retain their shape and keep working at it, those guys could play decently into their 30s.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Ronnie Stanley, like you mentioned, isn't even 30 yet. He can, a lot can happen over this next year before a final decision really needs to be made on left tackle. I mean, even after the draft, you still have, potentially a decent offensive tackle gets released by one of these teams that took a offensive lineman early. You'll still have next year in free agency. You'll still have the draft, even though that will be more of an immediate starter need. And you'll even have, the following year post draft free agency, where another tackle could end up falling into somebody like, we got Brian McKinney, a week before the season one year. We got Eugene Moreau a couple of weeks before the season. Like
in the season, that was the in-season trade. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and so I mean, like if we don't necessarily get that left tackle of the future in the next round or two, like I don't think it's doom and gloom, but I honestly I think probably right tackle is more of an immediate need, because I think you definitely need to get somebody in there to at least compete with Falele for the job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agree with that.
Odds on a run on cornerback in the second. I think it seems pretty likely with DeJean, and Kool-Aid both sitting at the top of the board.
Yep. I would agree.
Ken, going back to the you go ahead.
Just going to say those two players really do force down some offensive linemen, probably because they are really too good to pass up at this point, I would think. I don't think we'll see any running back in round two. I think it's a pretty good chance. Brooks, who I think was the one guy who deserved a round two grade, probably drops to round three with the injury currently. And I don't know that we'll see an inside linebacker anytime in the first half of round two, with Wilson and Cooper being my two top guys. Edgerrin Cooper is fairly highly thought of. I know some people had him at the top of round two, but I think just the positional non-scarcity and the size and shape pool being large is probably going to drop that back. And then I'd go to safety also and say we should probably start to get some pressure. I think there will be two drafted in round two, but not sure that we'll see a bunch of safeties off the board. Even into round three, we may only see about 4 safeties off the board today in this second and third round.
I'd agree. For what it's worth, Junior Colston, Michigan linebacker, is up at 42 on Dane Brugler's board, so he could go top half. So Buffalo picks coming in.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yep.
Okay, Keon Coleman. Okay, definitely a guy who had been linked at times to the Ravens, but let's make that change on our board over here. And if they're drafted in the second round, I'm just going to put them in blue here as to where they got taken today.
Ken, I don't know. There were some comments in the chat of if it is possible to zoom in on your spreadsheet from time to time if we're talking about a specific position, as it is a little hard for folks to see.
There you go.
I'm looking at wide receiver, and I guess the important thing is if the players in green, they were drafted last night. If the players in yellow, I project them to be drafted today, and if they are in blue, they have been drafted today. Okay, and anything you want me to do in terms of color coding certain players, this is kind of a tool we can all use for this. So don't feel like I'm the only one who has any say in how we work with it here.
So the yellow is just for the second round, or the second and the third round, Ken?
Second and the third.
Oh, okay.
Ken, going back to the discussion about Stanley and the imperative to get a left tackle for development this year, last night I had posted in the chat asking you to comment on the thoughts of trading away and moving up. So one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is EDC over his tenure has done a really good job of filling holes in non-traditional ways, whether he's bringing in these veteran free agents over the summer or even into the season, or making trades. He's quick to do what it takes to fill that role. And I think one of the things that you're concerned about, that I was concerned about coming into this draft, is that it's just so hard to find someone with those left tackle traits that you can develop. And because of the shelf life of Stanley, feeling we had to come out of this draft with that guy. And I'm hoping that we're wrong on that too, that if they don't come out of the draft with a guy like that there are there's other options, but that's been like the biggest thing that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's the left tackle is an incredibly scarce size and shape pool, whether you're polished at the position or not. And that's why I think it's so important to get ahead of it from a developmental perspective. But, there's when you get to the end of camp, you see left tackles that are going to be released. Left tackles usually get traded, and the usual price for them is a round higher than every other team, even if the guys are terrible. And anyway, go ahead, Voss, I'm sorry.
To answer Felix's question, 100%. It's exactly what crossed my mind when EDC made those comments about not moving forward. So definitely. With the other question from Wana, any tackles in the third we could take and not be disappointed. I wouldn't be disappointed in Amagaji or Fisher in the third personally, but I don't know if they're going to make it there.
Yeah, I think those are two. Amagaji and Fisher both are potential better anchor guys. The big Rosengarten has a really good mirror. I mean, he's one of the good mirrors in the class, but the problem is he doesn't have an anchor. And that kind of puts him in the class of Morgan for me as being a guy who will probably do more problems at tackle. All right, the pick is in for the Chargers. It'll be up on screen in just a second here.
And the Chargers came up for this pick. Did I see that correctly? They traded up.
Keep us, Brad. We're going to put you in charge of trades for the night.
Yeah, the Chargers traded up with Patriots.
Interesting.
Yep.
All right, who are the Chargers getting if they traded up? Are they getting their wide receiver that they didn't take last night? Maybe McConkey at this pick, or
Mitchell maybe.
Mitchell be a possibility. I don't like Mitchell for the Ravens. I think I'd be happy if he got taken here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need a wide receiver after losing Williams and Keenan Allen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I guess maybe continuing with Juwana's question, like what do y'all think about Blake Fisher or Caden Wallace possibly being maybe late second or third round tackles?
That'd be a little early on Wallace.
Fisher, yeah.
That'd be a little early on Wallace, in my opinion.
Mm.
You know, Fisher, I don't know. Opinions are mixed, but there's a lot to work with there potentially.
Okay, it is Ladd McConkey off the board at number 34 to I keep looking over here like I can change this, but there we go. I think that's a pretty good value pickup for solid value pickup anyway for the Chargers. Probably a guy who could have been at the end of the top 30. They're getting him a few picks later than that. Nice to see no left tackles off the board quickly here. Mm-hmm. What is are you guys hearing a big ringing sound in the background from time to time? Like just there? Okay, I did for some reason. Not sure what it is.
So Arizona, Washington, New England, Tennessee. See how many offensive tackles go in the next few picks. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
Let me say hi to Steve Hassler here. Went to high school with him at McDonough a long time ago for both of us, Steve. Anytime you want to be on the panel, Steve, you just let me know and I'll pop you right in. Okay.
I think we have an Eagles limit of one here. I don't know if we want too many Eagles here.
Oh, we got a Gilman guy. That's right. Forgot about this, Steve. Brandon was a star defensive tackle at Gilman.
We're all in the I was in the Catholic League at Calvert Hall too. A lot of MIAA matchups there.
Oh.
Okay.
How would you guys feel if the Ravens do go wide receiver in the second round? I mean, if a couple of the top tackles are off the board, Paul and Suamataia.
I'm really hoping for a tackle here, but
it will not lower my blood pressure.
if you really had to pivot off tackle, wide receiver would be the position I would most like to go to, but I really hope they don't have to pivot off tackle.
Yeah. In the chat, someone asked about interior O-line here and how quickly the Ravens could look to draft an interior guy. if the tackles aren't on the board. Do you think second round is too early for that? I mean, I
I
guess really it
personally-
all depends on
I
who's
mean,
available.
if Jackson Powers Johnson or Graham Barton or even no, Graham Barton got picked.
He's
but
gone.
He
if-
got taken
yeah,
yesterday.
but if JPJ or Zach Frazier were the last there, I would have no problems with them picking him up. I like both of their physicalities for interior.
Yeah, not ideal to take a tackle in the second round. I'm sorry, a guard, but if that helps you bolster the O-line with a can't miss, a guy that you have a really high grade on, then I'm fine with that. The other ones would be Cooper Bebe and Christian Haynes out of Connecticut would probably be some of the guards close to the top of consensus boards.
Right. What about JPJ and not taking a guard? Would you still be okay with that? Would you be okay with that? Not still.
And
Yeah.
what, have JPJ as a guard?
Yeah.
You're talking about drafting him as a guard.
Well, you draft him as JPJ, and then you play him wherever you need to, including for as Linderbaum's replacement if Linderbaum gets hurt.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think for second round, I think you probably look for somebody to be a starter. And I think JPJ's, I think he could start at guard, but his best position might be center.
I think Linderbaum's pretty much pigeonholed as a center. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Linderbaum is the center for the next 5 years at least.
Just doesn't have the mass maybe to be a guard.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
JPJ, isn't he like 328 pounds or something? Who's the one I'm
Yeah,
thinking of?
he's a big boy.
He's a big guy.
Yeah.
So he'll be an outstanding center, and somebody's going to want to build their line around him. But there's only so many teams in the league every year that really need a new center. Those guys tend to be fairly long-lived in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
One player still on the board. Go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry.
Here's a good question coming up here that I wanted to make sure we get to early. So Mekhi Becton, is he a guy that we'd be excited about getting to compete at right tackle now that he's flunked out of the Jets organization?
Never give up on talent is my opinion. Jared Gaither maybe can be a Jared Gaither and give you a couple good years. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if exciting is the word for it, but I think, I mean, the dude, when he plays, he is a good player. It's just how many all of these injuries, how much of a toll has that really taken on him, and can you count on him to stay on the field for even 12 games?
Mm-hmm. Falcon select in here, so we'll just hit on that. It is Rook Orororo, as in Ororo. And that is a pretty good one. A high quality 3-tech there gone, and one of the really good players.
Surprised Johnny Newton, Illinois, is still hanging around. I thought he was around one lock almost.
Yeah, me too.
I know a lot of people have Fisk higher on their boards than I do. I think Fisk goes later in round 2, maybe at the early part even of round 3, but I would put both Newton and Jenkins ahead of him. How are you guys on that?
I would agree with that one. And I'm a Florida State fan. I think Fisk will be a good player, but he's not a player you want to reach up on.
I'm not sure where this is coming from, but I keep hearing this dinging music as an NFL pick is supposed to be made, and I'm obviously being a neophyte here, not understanding exactly what the software is telling me with that.
I can't hear it anyway. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
There's a slight background noise, but I'm not hearing any music or beeping noise or ringing noise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Going back to the Mekhi Becton comment, I think, anytime the Ravens bring in a veteran, I'm always curious if they think this guy's a long-term solution, or maybe he's a one-year guy they bring in and hope he turns into a compensatory pick. That seemed to to be a strategy of late is to have at least one or two of the interior guys that are leaving each year that lead to compensatory picks. And I've been curious how they think about that as they're building the line for the year.
Sure, it's a pipeline. It's a pipeline, and it also attracts players to maybe come to Baltimore cheaper, like a Josh Jones, because he knows that the Ravens can coach him up and he can make some pretty good money on his next contract.
Yeah, and in the last several years going into the season, we've often felt, like an example of Simpson's case, perhaps Cleveland would be the more physically gifted player to put in that role. And the Ravens have, kept a veteran in there. That guy leaves and they get a compensatory pick and they have another guy ready to go right behind him.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I'm going to jump on this Falcons trade here for a moment, and thank you for the information on that THY. If you can put those out there as they come in, as you see them, I can try and evaluate them here. And if you want to evaluate them in terms of a net JJ points, that is an unbelievable win for the team that traded that pick to the Falcons. The Falcons really overpaid for pick 35 to give up 43 and 79 for it. So they got 35 and 186 in exchange for 43 and 79. If you look at the JJ value, that's a big difference there.
Surprised I didn't take Spencer Rattler with that pick. It could have had a three-way competition at quarterback.
It's a joke.
Washington pick is in.
Folks, I'll just remind everybody tonight, we're not tipping picks here tonight. And I didn't really see any instances of it happening last night. We're all watching the NFL Network feed. So the timing of those pick announcements is what we're working off of. And we have the fun of organically reacting to these picks as they come up.
Ken, going back to the pick yesterday, I know we all really wanted a tackle, but I think Sarah Ellison and a number of other social media users that follow the Ravens posted the clip that someone had honed in on how it took the Ravens 7 seconds to hand in their draft cards when Wiggins was on the clock. And the thing that I've been thinking about is McKinstry and DeJean were both on the board, and they had a number of options to move down. So it's reasonable they could have traded down and still drafted one of those cornerbacks. So that the fact that they turned that pick in so quickly shows how highly he was rated on their board.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I'm going to mute your mic here for a second for you, Brad, because we're getting some background noise, I think, from you. But it's one of the things where it's not just the difference of how much more of a value they got from Wiggins, because I think Wiggins was a top 15 player, and you could say they picked up more than 400 JJ points doing that. But it's also a difference of how much would they have had to drop and still get a player, and the tiny amount of drop off or a relatively small amount of drop off to that next corner. So they had to believe Wiggins was a lot better than the other corners out there, than both DeJean and McKinstry. I think there are reasons to think that. Certainly had better stats than McKinstry, and his versatility is not what DeJean is, but there are some questions about exactly how the Ravens would use DeJean's versatility, possibly on the back end as a Geno Stone replacement, while also getting rotational cornerback snaps on the outside. The more I thought about that overnight, I'm thinking that's kind of a hard thing to implement, though, because it's very hard to do that in the same game. Move a guy to the outside. You really have to have your packages all set up for how many defensive backs, for how many defensive backs and what type of defense you want to play, whether it's a big nickel or a standard nickel, to know where everybody goes on a particular play. It's a little bit of a more difficult thing, I think, to implement, to get DeJean to learn two positions at the NFL level. Or better said, rather than the Ravens defense in two positions at the NFL level.
I just think, Wiggins is a true blue chipper. And I think he was, there's some issues with the other two. Wiggins doesn't have necessarily the weight to be a great tackler, and his arms aren't super long. But other than that, he's pretty close to a flawless prospect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did we hear anything? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brandon.
Oh, no. I was just saying, I think Wiggins just clearly probably the best. I thought he was probably the best cover corner in the entire draft. And then the speed and 6'1". I mean, he's got good height and good size. Like he can put on a few pounds, and so I mean, he's just been. I think it was a clear first round pick, and I was happy. I was happy we got him. I was happy he was there.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff C says that was all a bunch of fakery. I'm not surprised by that, actually. Yeah.
Wiggins is also, he won't be 21 until the beginning of the season, so he's incredibly young.
Right. Yeah.
He fills out and puts on a couple more pounds, even if he gets a little slower. I mean, 4.28, you add a tenth of a second to that, you're still running sub 4.4.
Yeah.
There are positions, and running back is the big one where I think this is a bigger choice, where you might not want the youngest player because you don't really care as much about development because you don't care that much about their second contract. So you really, but at cornerback or at edge rusher or at quarterback, if there were such players, there usually aren't, or at wide receiver, that second contract has real value, and you want to probably bet on development in that first round pick with a younger player.
Yeah, that's what they did with Marlon Humphrey, and he doesn't even turn 28 until July. He's still
okay. Well, we just had Jerzon Newton come off the board and go to the Commanders. Good value for them, really good value at 36.
Nice. That's interesting though, because they have. I was about to say they have these defensive tackles. They got Payne and Allen inside. So he's going to be. It's going to be a real nice rotation between the three of them.
They love their D tackles, right? And they traded away both of their ends in season last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a position that's really climbing the ranks as far as just valuation is interior defensive lineman. The ability to put pressure on the quarterback quickly from the interior right in their face is supremely valuable in this day and age of ball out quick football.
The Ravens really do. For the first time in a very long time, they have just an outstanding 3 to make 2 group of pass rushers for the inside. I mean, a lot of teams don't have 2, and the Ravens for a lot of years really didn't have 2 when they were playing a whole lot of rush nickel, 3 outside linebackers on the field, and a race car with 4 outside linebackers, or even 5 at sometimes on the field. When they did that, it's not only an indication that they like the pass rushing they have on the outside linebackers, it's also a case if they didn't really like the pass rushers they had from the inside. And now they've got an embarrassment of riches there. And I think that's a good point, Mark, by the way, that
Ken, we just lost your audio.
Okay, thank you for telling me. Let me see if I can.
You're back. You're back.
Might have something to do with this dinging. I wonder what's going on with that. Okay, I appreciate it, guys. What I want to say, this is a great point by Mark here, that when you have Kyle Hamilton to guard the strong side of the field, you can really hide a cornerback in a lot of ways. So that's a very good point.
There's your buddy Onwenu, Ken. Making the pick for New England.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
Why is he doing that as an active player?
I was just going to say that. I don't know if I've seen that before, an active player.
Yeah. Wait, what the hell? They drafted an offensive tackle.
That'd be funny.
Yes, it would be. Jalen Polk of Washington, definitely one of the top receivers still remaining on the board, is off.
Yeah, that's a team that really needs weapons. So them trading down, getting a couple of picks, and then getting a pretty decent receiver, it's pretty good.
Really is a stacked group. The receivers that are still on the board, there's a lot of guys who wouldn't be terrible guys to pick up in that second round. Certainly players like Mitchell and Franklin and Burton fit into that category. I think Wilson is a good value later in the second round. Tez Walker, I like. He was my first or second honorable mention. And then McMillan is still out there. So you got a few players yet.
Other third round target could South Florida, UCF. I'm sorry, his name's escaping
Baker?
me.
Javon
Yes,
Baker?
Baker. Thoughts on Baker as a third
Yeah.
rounder? Yeah,
Like him. Yeah.
I think that's a good range for him. Yep.
The guys I didn't like for the Ravens were the smallish slot guys. So
100%.
Yeah, I think we need outside guys.
go ahead, Brad. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Well, I was just going to say, bringing up to Tez Walker, did you guys catch any of the McAfee broadcast that had Belichick on last night?
I saw a
Ooh,
clip
no.
afterwards of Belichick praising the Wiggins pick, but I didn't catch it live.
I just thought it was fascinating how he was so, cut to the chase about the picks, specifically on the Wiggins pick when they said that he'd been compared by analysts to DRC and Belichick just immediately scoffs. But they show the Tez Walker 43-yard touchdown that Wiggins gives up last year, and they use it as an example of how he might struggle against physical receivers. But I thought it was interesting, Ken, to your point, that was the only play he gave up over 20 yards all season.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the only touchdown. And the only
Yeah.
touchdown also. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, some Deion Sanders comparisons for Wiggins. Same height, weight, and speed. So everybody's
Sure.
There you go, Mark.
I'll take, if he gives us that kind of cover, I'll take that poor tackling.
Absolutely.
Any day.
You made that point, Ken, about the 2000 team where they didn't ask the corners, especially Dwayne Starks was a smaller guy, and they didn't ask him to really get involved in the run game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you watch that season, you'd think those guys were literally told, don't get involved in the run game. McAllister, a pretty physical corner who could mix it up and make tackles. They made some tackles on the outside. They were part of second man of the ball operations. And no one would say that Dwayne Starks wasn't a great second man of the ball player. But that was really a shame. The play. So we had two individual cases where Wiggins had made a play to knock a ball out at the 1 yard line and knock it through the end zone for Dwayne Starks in his very first NFL game against the Pittsburgh Steelers in 1998 did that same thing, gave the Ravens a chance to win the ball game against Jerome Bettis too. Of all people, Jerome Bettis somehow on a breakaway got caught from behind by Starks. Ball popped through the end zone.
Speaking of that Wiggins play, I kept watching the one against UNC, was it, where he closes 5 yards in the last 30 yards with a man in his way and runs out of bounds. There's guys that are fast where they run fast and it doesn't really show up on film. And that being able to close that much distance in such a short period of time is just incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the fastest I mentioned at the top, the fastest flying 20, which is the second half of the 40-yard dash at the combine. Faster than Worthy, faster than everybody.
Wow. That's hard to do when the difference is 0.07 seconds. It really would be harder to be faster than Worthy, who was that much faster than you, even over half of that.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of Kansas City trading up to get Worthy? Do you think they were worried Baltimore might have him high on their prospect list? Who were they trying to get in front of?
It didn't make any sense to me. I didn't think they had to trade up at all. I think they traded back and gotten him.
I'm the same way. I think they could have stayed where they were or traded back and still gotten them. I don't know why they would feel the need to jump anybody, but yeah.
I think after the Rashard Perryman pick, the Ravens aren't picking pure burners anymore at receiver in the first round at least.
Well, Hollywood was supposed to be a pure burner. He didn't run at the combine because of the list rank, though. But I personally, I never thought his speed in that same sense showed up in game the way that it was talked about.
Hollywood?
Yeah. I thought he would.
Flowers.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Flowers is much better after the catch than Hollywood. No bones about it.
Yeah. And he's a much more sudden athlete too, but I think Hollywood had better top speed. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Shrimp Troll, I want to get to your question here. Yeah, you did use a tackle rotation last year. Here's the problem. It doesn't matter if your rotation contains only bad players. It doesn't matter how you move it around. It's like trying to rearrange the batting order for the 1988 Orioles. They're still the 1988 Orioles at the heart of that, who lost 107 ball games. So you have to have some talent in there too, and they might be able to squeeze a little more out of players like Fa'alele or McCary by rotating with them, or more likely it's a player like Stanley you get more out of, who potentially is better staying rested. But I don't think they need more talent at the position.
All right, deep run on defensive tackles early, Ken.
The Devondre Sweat just got taken. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Now he's a little lower on my board. He's more of a. Now let me think about him. He was on the team and still played 3-tech, and they had Byron Murphy at nose tackle, right? That's I believe that's the case. They used Byron Murphy as a 0 for whatever reason, and had Sweat at the 3, which is very, very unusual given the two body types.
The highlight that just shows he's at the. It looks like he's a playing 1-tech. Yeah, they rotated him around, especially because he got that charge a couple weeks before the combine. That's a pretty knucklehead move there, right before you're about to get drafted and make a lot of money.
Okay, I got to bring up this guy here, and
we have a trade here. Carolina trade their pick to the Rams.
All right, the Rams trading up. That's what got him in this problem.
Saw a couple comments.
They must have given up their next 3 first-round picks.
Saw a couple comments in the chat of whether Kansas City was trading up last night to get in front of San Francisco and Dallas. I suppose that's possible, although we think Dallas was always going to take the tackle. And I think for San Francisco, Pearsall is really more of a true pure X receiver. So I would have been surprised if Worthy was someone San Francisco was really interested in, given the difference between him and Pearsall.
Yeah.
I just thought I was looking up for Sweat here, and I don't know how many people really care about this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Nose tackle, Devondre Sweat had only 50 snaps in his last year at Texas, but he had 402 snaps at defensive left tackle and defensive right tackle. So they had a special alignment to try and take advantage, I guess, of Murphy on centers, whatever it was. But Murphy probably projects to a 3-tech in the NFL and Sweat back to a 1-tech. So won't necessarily be the same position as they were in.
So the Rams are on the clock. I don't think they're probably leaning offensive line, considering the amount of money they've invested in this offseason. But they're starting to rebuild that roster pretty well with Jared Verse in the first, without Aaron Donald, though.
That is a lot of juice, by the way, on that trade.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, Shrimp Trawler made a good point that the Ravens' decision to pass on DeJean and Kool-Aid is looking better and better as those guys continue to slide.
Let's get one at 62, right?
Yeah.
Braden Fisk is off the board. So here's the run on on defensive linemen.
Yep.
Big time run.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it.
Sure.
Keep getting these defenses. Get a couple corners to go too here.
Okay, at this point, give me a percentage. I'll take one from each of you here. That one of Suamataia or Paul drops to 62 right now. Folks out
15% for me.
20.
Okay, so Voss is at 15. Brandon is at 20. Post your results, guys.
I mean, we're still so far away that I don't want to jinx it.
Okay.
Right. Not going on.
Brad is chicken. Okay, got it.
I am chicken. I mean, to me, if there was a way that Suamataia falls, or even if he falls another 10 picks and the Ravens look to get up, he's the one, Ken, you think has the highest upside from a physical standpoint
That's
of
right.
the guys remaining.
Yeah,
he's
that's
the
right.
one. Hearing your O-line preview, when you guys were talking about him, I was feeling like I would be excited if they drafted him at the 30th pick, much less in the second round.
That might have been their choice right there at number 30. Obviously, they didn't really concern over it.
So here comes
another
trade.
trade.
Philly.
Yep.
Yeah, Philly just jumped up to number 40.
This might be for a tackle. They were rumored to be looking at tackles in the first round.
They just paid Mailata. I guess behind they want a succession plan behind Lane Johnson.
Yeah, I guess.
Safety first does not.
Or maybe a center. I mean,
Yeah,
Kelsey just retired.
Yeah, good point.
They drafted the guy from what was it, Nebraska, Juergens. So he's kind of be a Kelsey successor. I think they've had him around for a year or two. They have a pretty good line. Landon Dickerson's one of the better guards around too.
Yeah. They do a good job of building both their lines, offense and defense.
Yeah, Philly's a smart team. I think Roseman and DeCosta are two of the masterminds, sort of controlling the rest of the league, like the Godfather with the thing with the strings.
Marionettes. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to pick on our friend who is Brad here, who is afraid to set a percentage. This is something I hope changes culturally about who we are. Is becoming a gambling society has a lot of negative impacts. It's an additional tax on the poor. There's a whole bunch of things that doesn't do well for us. What I hope it does do well for us is have people analyze risk on the fly and be more comfortable doing it. And it's something that it comes very natural, and yet you get scorned for it when we do it. It's I know, Voss, you and I do it all the time on Friday Morning GM, but it's something that I really wish more people were just willing to put themselves out there on this, and a gambling culture will help with that.
Yeah, and my apologies. It's not that I'm scared. It's just, frankly, I have no idea. I would say 15% chance.
Okay, 50% / chicken is your new.
Yeah, and to be clear, this jersey was a Modell's issued throwback that I got in store in Baltimore. It's a long
I like that. That's sharp looking.
1970 Vikings throwback. It looks like to me. That's a Seaman jersey or something.
Yeah.
Where are you located? I'm assuming you're not here wearing long sleeves on today, day like today.
Well, I'm in Northern Virginia, DC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, grew up in the Maryland area.
Not too far.
Yeah. Ken, comment about the
reminder.
rise of oh, go ahead, Voss.
Oh no, the quick reminder: the color coding. So green was picked in the first round, blue was picked in the second round so far, and yellow is Ken's projection for day 2.
It's actually Ken's projection for the second round. So I said it wrong before and I meant to correct myself, but there just didn't seem to be a good point in there. But if you look at it, there's about 29 players in yellow here. So it's not even the full projection, but those are guys I think will go in the second round. Another one I probably need to add here is I think Spencer Rattler is going to go in the second round, which is just hilarious. He's somebody everybody turns their nose up at, and I say, he's been through some adversity here. He's played behind that horrible South Carolina line, and he's a guy who is ready to go to a bad team and be a backup quarterback and maybe win a starting job at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I hope somebody picks him in the second too.
Totally.
Slide one more player down.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a pedigree.
Yeah.
All right, Jake Vogel about to join us here. We're going to see how tight our boxes get. That's okay. I think we're doing okay here still on the left side. I don't think we can have many more. But Jake, happy to have you here. Really appreciate you coming in. Big fan of the Georgia Bulldogs. I know he will be waiting to see Bullard come off the board in round 2 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
What's up, Jake? Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you, boss. Good to see all you guys. I really appreciate everything that you guys do in regards to the Ravens with Ken and just in general.
So Eagles paid a pretty good price for that trade up, it looks like, with 2 second round, 50 and 53.
Wow. So 50 and 53 for 40. That's a combination of 770 JJ points. They move up to get into a spot that's worth 500. Is that they also get another pick back later? Cooper
They're getting a
DeJean
third
off
round
the board.
pick, 78 back. Okay. Wow. Eagles really building out that secondary.
Yeah, they struggled big time with their secondary. So going back to back on corners is probably what you need to do.
Pretty good value pick there. So, Jake, who are you looking for today? What's your general strategy? Are you like the rest of us hoping for offensive tackle next pick?
Yeah, I mean, ideally it's offensive tackle in the second round. I just think the quality of player you're getting in the third round is borderline playable in 2024. So hopefully we get that guy at 62 and then 93 BPA, but ideally it's always BPA for me.
Now, Jake, you did the running back show with me. I made the comment earlier today that I don't think a running back is coming off the board in either round 2. Well, not in round 2 anyway, almost for certain, but possibly not in round 3 either. But where do you think the first running back is going to be taken?
I would imagine round 3. I feel pretty strongly that the top 3 backs have a chance to go in the third round. And those guys for me were similar to you. It was Trey Benson, Jalen Wright, and Jonathan Brooks in that order for me, but a different order for a lot of people. But they're talented enough to deserve that pick, in my opinion.
Another trade.
Yeah.
Trade action.
Gosh.
Those phones are burning up today. Those phone lines.
Yeah, really.
Does New Orleans need a corner? I wonder if they're coming up for Kool-Aid, given that DeJean just went off the board.
Yeah, that could be.
They just paid Lattimore, didn't they? Last week or 2?
I wasn't tracking that, but I trust you.
And they took an offensive tackle first round, so we'll see. So I mentioned it at the top, but if DaCosta was the package 62 and 93, he got all the way up to 48. 62 plus 113 is 54. 93 plus 113 gets him up to 78.
Kool-Aid it is. Very good prediction there.
Interesting.
The top
a
5
good fit for
corners
the
are now
defense.
all officially gone, with Wiggins, Arnold, DeJean, McKinstry, and Mitchell. So my next guy is TJ Tampa, but I think this is where a lot of boards diverge in terms of who they think the next highest corner is.
That's a good point, Thigh. Ken, you gotta make Wiggins purple. We gotta color code Wiggins. The Ravens picks have to be purple.
All right, you know what? That's a good idea. We'll do it that way. I hope we can still see
Absolutely.
it. Yeah.
How many guards are you guys predicting will go in the next 2 rounds?
I would say 4. But I guess including centers, I would say 4 or 5 on day 2.
In the 2 rounds, I would predict 8 to 9 guys will be off the board tonight at guard, down to about Keegan being the last one. Like pretty much all of my top 10, with the exception of Barton, who went yesterday, is going to be gone. McCormick is I think some people think McCormick is the beginning of the fourth, and probably that's a view on Keegan as well. So it could be as few as 7. It's really
Voss,
funny.
Speaking of the trade up, would you be comfortable trading a third and a potential pick next year to move up, given they're going to get 4 compensatories?
I don't like paying the extra or the year early premium personally. I'd rather deal with deal with the day 3 picks you have now, move up maybe once today using a 4th rounder to really get either the tackle or the receiver you want, depending where it is.
Agreed.
Yeah. Speaking of not being chicken, I would consider it, given the 1 year that we know we have with Stanley and the unpredictability about 2025. I would consider it.
Ooh, there's a good one. Kamari Lassiter off the board to the Texans. That is a nice pickup for them. Okay, so it's a blue, right?
Jake,
here we
got a bulldog for you, Jake.
Yeah, another bulldog. Yeah. He's a player that I liked a good bit, but I found he had plenty of physical limitations, which is why I wouldn't have taken him in the first round. I think here might still be a little bit early for my liking, and I do like the player. He was great at Georgia, and if you look at his advanced metrics, like the stuff that Ken really likes to point out, and, when you're talking about yards per target against, he's one of the top guys, but I do believe that teams are going to test him, and he might be a better nickel corner in the league than he was outside of Georgia.
I'll go real quickly through Kamari Lassiter's coverage statistics before we get back for this pick. But of 190 cornerbacks in 2023, 3.5 yards per target, 10.1 snaps per target, which was 6th. That was Kool-Aid was the very best in the country at that. They only targeted him about every 11 snaps. 0 ints, 0 TDs, a 48.7 opposition passer rating. So he's right near the top in most categories.
So far, there's been a defensive tackle run and a corner run.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice to see a tight end or 2 go here soon.
Absolutely.
Let me introduce a new member of the panel here while we're waiting on them to come back from commercial. Here we have Fraser Tafar joining us. People will know Fraser. He's my partner on the matchup show before each game. We were doing just matchups on both sides of the ball for a while, and then we started doing an offense and defense show because we got a little bit long-winded about things, and that was fun as well. But welcome, Fraser. Glad to have you.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Really excited for covering the second round, third round in the draft. Not really as what we expected on day 1, but still a good player that we got first round.
Yeah, how did everybody feel? I was able to catch some of the show last night, and I know Voss was pretty happy with the Wiggins pick. Ken maybe he's kind of in between. What about the rest of you guys?
I loved it. I think we were getting to about 4 or 5 picks before the Ravens, and Guyton, Wiggins, and Cooper DeJean were, still on the board, and I was like, it's looking like at least one of those 3 is going to be there, and obviously Guyton went pick before, so, and that would have been, I think, probably everybody's first choice, but I mean, Wiggins, I think, is the best cover corner in the draft, and to get him at 30 is, just great value right there.
Let me address Steve Hassler's question here because it's a good one. So Mike Sanderstrill is not on my top 10 and he's not on my honorable mention. And the reason is not that I didn't know who he was or anything like that. It's because he's a tremendous ball hawking guy, although very small and a pure slot corner. It's the fact that I didn't think he fit the Ravens, and so I couldn't draft him among a top 10 guys because of a desire to keep Kyle Hamilton playing a large amount of slot snaps. And so I can't justify a second or third round pick on a Sanderstil to when a large portion of his value is going to be taken off by the fact that Hamilton has to play slot for the Ravens. But yeah, he's a great player, and I think he had 6 interceptions or something, led the NCAA this last year. So he certainly will be a good fit for somebody. I just didn't feel like it was Baltimore.
Yeah, actually, looking at the list that you have, I would project Rakestraw and Melton to go pretty close there with Tampa. I don't know. I've just heard a lot more people high on Melton than some of those other guys.
Yeah, I think Sanderstil, I think, is definitely a second round pick. I just think not for us would it be a good fit. Yeah, but actually going back to the comments. Yeah, sorry about that. Going back, one of the comments, Alex Rada said, "Did you all catch that John Harbaugh apparently said that they want to move Marlowe inside with Wiggins coming in?" Any thoughts on that? Or I did not hear that. I hadn't had a chance to listen to the press conference, but
I think the emphasis during the press conference.
that?
I think the emphasis during the press conference was just being able to put the best 6 or 5 available on the field, whether it be putting Marlon inside or outside, just trying to maximize Wiggins' potential and not have him bounce around where he's not most comfortable. I think having Marlon interchangeable is definitely a plus at this point in his career.
I like Marlon in the slot personally, always have. The year he had settled his forced fumbles, he was playing primarily out of the slot. Maybe similar to Kyle Hamilton, when you bring him closer to the action, they can make more game-changing plays. I think Hamilton's probably better as a nickel, big nickel, but sometimes you got to move the pieces around to put your best 5 or 6 DBs out there.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
I
I
agree
could
with that.
get to this question just a little bit after we get to the Cardinals pick, which is about to come up.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, I guess does this beg the question of, do you think they might be going to more dime this year? I mean, because I would like, yes, Marlon is really good in the slot, but I don't necessarily think you want Kyle Hamilton moving away from the line of scrimmage to play a deep safety when he's such just a force inside. But if you put Marlon in the slot and then maybe have Kyle at dime backer, now you have both of them kind of close to the line of scrimmage. That's a lot of things to do as well.
Yeah, so first of all, Max Melton just came off the board of the Cardinals, so good value for them, I think. Certainly good player, but I want to address what you just said, Brandon. Is that I think that's a reasonable possibility, because I think the only thing we can say about Simpson is that we really don't know who he is as a player yet. And if he ends up being a great 2-down player, then he'll do that. If he ends up being a great 3rd-down player, the Ravens can probably work in a 2-down weak side linebacker and put him in on 3rd down, possibly. Or they can use him for 2 downs on the weak side as a trail player. There could be an injury to Roquan where he would move to Mike on 3rd down, and they'd have to get a 2-down player. There's a lot of ways it could work out, but a lot of it depends on Simpson. I think Simpson has earned the right to fail, at least in Orr's mind this year, because they're going to want to stick with the same system. If he fails, then that's the time where you get a dime. And it could be Hamilton, could be another guy who would come in and play safety. A veteran Tony Jefferson type, or a Chuck Clark reuniting with the Ravens potentially.
Yeah, Chuck Clark is coming off the injury, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he tore
ACL, right?
In the spring last year.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Big one. Jackson Powers Johnson off the board of the Raiders. That is really good value for them. That is unusual for the Raiders.
Good pick for them.
I'm a big fan.
Good pick.
I'm a big
they made
fan
2
of
good
their
picks.
of their draft right now. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, they got the beast tight end, and then
Yep.
now a really good offensive lineman. That's a physical guy too. So I mean, fits the old Raiders mantra. I don't know about the new Raiders, but physical guy likes to beat people up. That's what he is.
Ken, couldn't agree with you more on the point about Simpson, though, giving him the opportunity to not be like Queen, but the system we had with Queen in place, having him as a 2-down will linebacker was definitely golden, and finding that sweet spot between dime and nickel or big nickel would be beneficial for the Ravens, because I think Zach Orr wants to continue to bring pressure, but have good enough coverage on the back end to support that pressure.
Well, everybody knows what a big fan of the dime I am. If the Ravens are going to be playing dime, they better get on their freaking horse about getting some additional safeties, because right now there's 2 on the roster. They probably want to start camp with 6 and carry 5 if they're going to play any significant amount of dime and still play Hamilton at some big slot there.
We still have Worley under contract, right?
No, Worley's not under contract. They haven't signed him yet, and so that's one of my. Well, actually, I guess I'll name 2 of my problems right now. One is that Worley is not signed, and the other that a good friend of the show, Jeremy Lucien, has not been signed yet. And he's a guy who I think has a lot of promise as a safety. I don't know why the Ravens would not want to bring him back as a to fight for the 90-man spot, but he's a guy, yeah.
Good point here by Jim 20 Eyes. This is why DeCosta said we needed a good corner at 30 and couldn't wait if you wanted someone who could contribute year 1. I agree, and I think he sort of learned that lesson last year when I think they wanted a corner much earlier than they ended up with Caillou Blue Kelly, who obviously didn't pan out too well.
They chased the price of corners all the way down the market. That's what really happened there, and you can easily get in that spot. I think they're in that spot right now with offensive tackle.
Yeah. We were doing this show last year. I remember I did day 2 with you, Ken, and we were talking about corner just like we're talking about offensive tackle now.
Adrian Cooper, probably the first or second best inside linebacker. I know a lot of people like Cooper better than Wilson. Huddled Up Films did the show with me, Jason Smith, and he really liked Cooper more. I like Wilson more. Cooper, though, has a over 5-to-1 stops to missed tackles ratio, which I think I'm touting as the new strikeout to walk ratio for inside linebackers there. You got to put the guys on the ground, you got to make defensive wins, and you don't want to miss tackles. And those are 2 really good things. And Wilson, over 11-to-1. Cooper, I believe, might have been number 2. If that wasn't number 2, he was very close to number 2, but nobody else was over 6, and Wilson was up there at 11-to-1.
Just want to acknowledge Anthony's comment or question if anyone is celebrating every pick that a tackle isn't taken. Anthony, I am certainly celebrating for being called a chicken by Ken for not giving a percentage that the tackles would fall to Baltimore. So this is making me look good. Or it's not making me look good. It's confusing, but I'm celebrating.
Now watch that comment is like talking to a pitcher during the no-hitter. Watch the next 3 picks.
Ken, that was Ken's point. We got to normalize this talk.
Carolina's moving up now. A lot of action. DeCosta's probably getting a little antsy, I would imagine, right about now.
Yeah. We got to get to Steve's questions here before the end of this round, because in a 5-minute round, it's just not time for the kind of answer you need to give to a thoughtful question like he has. But the first one was, what about DeJean fitting into the system? And we did talk about that a lot on day 1, Steve. We talked about it in the wrap-up show. But DeJean was a guy who did not exactly fit what the Ravens need, and what they'd have to do to fit him into a defense like that would be to move him from a back-end safety role to an outside corner role on a buy-down basis, and potentially have him off the field on some plays where Marlon and Stevens were the only corners. It would be a very difficult transition for him. And I've always been thinking so far anyway, that the Ravens would not be a team that could make the most of DeJean's versatility. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't like him as much as some other people liked him among the top 5 corners. Still thought he was a first-round pick.
I really like DeJean as a prospect. I think you can't have too many good players, too many versatile players. They could have figured out how to use him. That being said, I think the Wiggins pick was a slam dunk. The more we look at it in evaluation, I think it just fits perfectly what they want, what they need.
To me, it was just tough seeing both positions of need for the Ravens go to Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Offensive lineman was tough for me.
Yep.
Yeah, Mims was the guy that I really wanted.
Yep.
And to see Cincinnati take him, that was disappointing.
Well, there we go. My number one running back is off the board. Anthony Brooks. People overlooking the medicals a little bit
All right.
and decided he's worth the risk in the second round. Unbelievable player, by the way. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, really good player.
There goes a running back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He tore his ACL this year, right?
He did, but by all accounts, he's supposed to be healthy for training camp and definitely for the start of the season. I have my own doubts in regards to coming back from an ACL, so I was a little bit lower on him than Ken, but really good player.
Mhm.
Let's get a run on running backs here. I would absolutely. I would pay big money for that.
Yeah.
The guy I think, he's the guy we need to see go off. He's a guy who is older and is which by the way I don't think is that terrible at running back, but he's also very small. I just not really a fan as like I like the other three guys between 2 and 4.
Brian Spar said in the comments, Chuck Clark was signed with the Jets, and yeah, I just looked it up. He was signed about a month ago. So
damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he did resign.
Chuck's out. Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. Does anybody have a tracker for the Panthers draft capital for 2024? Because it feels like all of the moving up is going to impact them in 2025, if not the rest of this draft.
I know they've made two trades. If anyone wants to volunteer to be the trade guy, I can't really do it and monitor the questions here at the same time, but I'm happy to look at it. We got Isaiah says the Panthers gave up 52, 142, and 155 for this. That is a lot of picks for a team that was 1 in a million.
Does not have a lot of talent.
I don't understand what they're doing.
Isaiah's doing a spell check in here. Brooks is supposed to be blue.
Oh man, I really appreciate that. I got to tell you that. I might have put somebody else in green before that. I'm afraid. Let me see.
Mitchell should be blue. Max, that one.
No, he was round 1. That's Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, Quinyon.
You're thinking of Max Melton.
Melton is blue.
4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Looks, has it been 15 picks in this round? We got 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 14. Yeah, we're good.
I am interested to see when the first safety comes off the board. As you guys might know, I'm a big Georgia fan, so I'm pretty high on Javon Bullard. And I would imagine that the second round is appropriate value for him. So right now he's looking like probably close to a steal at the end of the second round. I'm not saying the Ravens should do it. I know that people would, have my head if that were the case, but definitely interested to see what happens with the safeties.
Hey, Jake, I heard some evaluators opining that they thought that Bullard maybe would be a better nickel slot than on the back end. Do you agree with that as a Georgia fan?
I think he's very versatile. You could use him in either spot. This was his first year at safety, so we only have a 1-year sample size of him playing safety in college football, and prior to that, he was a nickel. So I think he's super versatile. He has sticky coverage skills, and I do think he has really good ball skills and instincts. So I think he kind of fits as a safety, but you can do both with him, kind of like Kyle Hamilton. Just a lot smaller player, different player, but some of that versatility role.
To that point, Mark mentioned in the chat that we should consider our Darius Washington rostered as a safety. I'm curious what you guys think about his prospects to play more of a hybrid role. He was a safety in college. He's played exclusively nickel the times that he's been on the field in Baltimore, but he's a pretty tough guy. smaller guy, but you
He's
think
too
he has any
small.
potential on the back end? Too small?
I think he's too small to play safety. I don't want him to be the only man between Jamar Chase and the end zone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Just gonna get trucked. Yeah.
Completely agree with that. Sorry, go ahead, Ken.
No, I think there'll also be issues with him playing split field and having the instincts to do it. I don't think it's a given.
What do you guys think about Jamal Adams coming in and getting a shot as that box safety that we need, and not having Kyle be handicapped to that role?
I'd like to if he was the guy who could be put at dime, I think that would be great. I don't really want Adams on the back end either at this point in his career. But if you had a chance to get Jamal Adams to be your dime at this point, I would trust him to still be playing hard from that spot.
Yeah, he's still on the market. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Also,
if the price is right,
yeah,
the
I don't
price
think
is
he could
right.
be
He wants
demand
to
for too much because his value's probably gone down since free
come
agency
to
has
the for a
started.
spot.
Yeah.
I agree with everyone. So what's the right price? I agree. As a dime backer, he'd be fantastic. But what's the right price for a dime backer?
Vet man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right
I'd
around
say-
Batman for him.
I'd say
Yeah.
that, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I know Ken loves the dime. I'm really excited to see Simpson in that role. See how he looks. I mean, he ran a 4.43 and had a high nines RAS score last year. Was a converted safety. I'm really excited to see what he looks like. But I think we do need that option on the roster if Simpson's not ready to go.
I think he
but I
does
wouldn't
have
be
all the
willing to pay
speed.
that much.
He does have all the speed and everything. It's just making sure that he can understand the concepts behind him in the pass
Totally.
game. It took Q a while to get a good understanding and be able to make an impact on the second and third window.
Okay, so a couple
There's
things
an
here.
an-
First of all,
Go ahead, Ken.
Tyler
You
Newman
got
is
it.
the first safety off the board at number 47 to the Giants. Good value for them, I'd say.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Yeah.
I just want to respond also to the Simpson thing. Simpson at least has the advantage of being a converted safety. So while other linebackers who play in the box their whole life as set pieces, before then don't generally have the view from the back end that Simpson has had for at least part of his college career. So I think the chances are better, certainly, than they were for Queen, for him to jump into that role and dropping deeper and going backwards. We even saw some of that on his college film when he came out last year. So I do think there's a pretty good chance for him to do well. It's just if he doesn't do well in that role, he doesn't do well, then I hope they'll move on quickly to a dime in 24, whether or not they can fix him long term.
Right. I agree with that.
Well said. Well said. So, question for the panel: is the 2024 Ravens defense the most athletic in team history? I think you may be able to make that case because the defensive linemen are more athletic than they've been for most of the team's history, and you obviously have some fast linebackers, some special freaks at outside backer, cornerbacks, and safeties too.
Well, I don't know how fast that 2000s defense was. I think Ken probably can give us a better understanding of that, but I've never seen this fast of a defense. I think whenever we had Ray Lewis in the back half of his career, we always had veterans with lesser speed but more instinct. And then, I think this is probably the fastest.
That's a really good point, though. The Ravens have made do with some better instincts and lane cloggers, even in the case of Lewis at the end of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mason Smith of LSU off the board at number 48. He was just outside of my top 10 at number 11. But this is a fifth defensive lineman taken today. Is anybody surprised Chris Jenkins has lasted this long with 5 guys taken?
Yeah, I am. I really like Chris Jenkins. Is a really nice defensive tackle, but I wonder, if there's, some kind of injury or something going on like that that's keeping them down.
I'll just go on record quickly. I really like Mason Smith. I was higher on him than he was one of my Red Stars, so to speak. I think he has some Chris Jones upside to him.
Well, let's keep it going with the defensive lineman here. This is
absolutely
exactly what we need.
Yeah, Cincinnati's on the clock, or the pick is in right now. and I believe they would be in the market for a defensive tackle. So we're about to find out.
What do you guys think about John's question of the Ravens potentially taking any edge players in the second round?
I was thinking that too. If there's the value's not there for offensive tackle, definitely thinking edge for sure.
I'm just going to say
would
this
like
about
to see-
offensive tackle. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just got to say, I don't mind a reach in round 2 because you're really giving up a lot less to do it than you do in round 1 to make sure they get that first of hopefully 2 or 3 offensive linemen drafted. It's going to make me very nervous if they get through round 2 and haven't picked an offensive tackle.
Well, Ravens are on the screen, so picks coming up, and yeah. Obviously, Bengals took a tackle. Now they have 3 6'8" tackles on their roster, weighing 360 pounds each or whatever.
I would say to Ken's comment about the tackles, that's how I felt last year about cornerback, and the Ravens were able to fill it by bringing in Darby at the 11th hour. And I don't think there's going to be the tackle version of Darby unless you guys think I'm blanking on the Jets guy that we talked about earlier. Becton could be that.
Mekhi Becton.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. But, maybe, fingers crossed, Daniel Falele can have a Brandon Stevens type offseason. It's not out of the realm of possibility, personally.
There goes Chris Jenkins off the board of the Bengals. That is an unbelievably good pick for them at number 49. That's terrific value.
Mm-hmm.
Got their new Atkins.
Yep. They were in the market.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, what do you think about Matt's question that's on the screen now?
Right.
Who was a better fit for the Ravens?
So I'm partial to guys who have some good combination of an anchor plus good feet. Ideally, they'll also have length as well. Rosengarten, his big problem is anchor, and he's an undersized guy who can get pushed around. I think he's going to have a lot of trouble in the NFL maintaining his anchor. He's kind of, in some ways, on the same playing field with Jordan Morgan as a guy that would be a compromised left tackle. Now, you're not drafting Rosengarten with number 25 or 28 or whatever Morgan went for. You'd get him presumably at number 62 or 93. So he represents, a reasonable risk at that level. I don't think I'd go 62 on Rosengarten. I'd rather get Fisher, and I'd much rather get Suamataia, who would be the target of targets right now for me if he would drop to 62.
Yeah.
Little surprised, Steve, that Adonai Mitchell is still there. I didn't really like him for the Ravens. He's a lousy yards after the catch guy, and there's been some chest puffery about his measurements that I haven't really liked. He lists at 6'4" in the Texas media guide and whatnot. He's actually 6'1" and change. And it's just, he's not the run you over receiver that he's meant to be. I had some other complaint about him too that we may not have time for. Mike Sanistril off the board, Stan Ristel off the board from Michigan to Washington. So that's a nice value for them too.
Yeah.
I would say that AD Mitchell would fit the Ravens, but I do agree, especially with his tape at Texas, that you see a player that lacks consistency in his effort. That's probably the biggest knock on him, as well as, some of the metrics. And I think those can be explained partially through quarterback play. I'm not a big Quinn Ewers guy. And then style of play at Georgia, in all of his career prior to Texas, there's a lot of reasons why guys may not have the yards per route run, the touchdowns, the pure stats that a lot of people like to look for when you're talking about a college player coming into the NFL. So, but
both of the Texas receivers though had kind of crappy metrics. Now it can be a matter of the quarterback in that case as well.
Yeah.
But honestly, I didn't have any good reason for either of them having lousy. Well, for Mitchell having a really lousy yak number. Actually, the yak number for Worthy was better, but it was a lot of screen passes. So, hold on. I want to get to Don A's question here before the next pick comes up, though. And Voss, I want you to ask this first as my Friday morning GM partner, but then also Frazier, because you're an offensive line guy. How many developmental linemen can the Ravens carry?
Well, I think a lot of it depends on the future of Big Salah, Malasala.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's basically already a developmental lineman, and I probably had 2. I mean, I would say you could fit in 2 and just let the cream rise to the crop, survival of the fittest, battle royale style.
So if you have 2, one's got to be active on game day, probably, if you have a 9 to make 8 roster. So if you keep 9 on your 53, you have 8 active on game day because the NFL rules incent you to do so. Then you got to be ready to have that one guy active on game day. Very rarely do you come down to needing your 8th offensive lineman. Usually you've lost that game by the time that occurs if you've got injuries of that type. But I think you are limited in how many you can have. Frazier, what are your thoughts on this?
I think Salah has to be the first guy in, first guy out in that conversation. He would be right under this new developmental tackle that we're going to draft, and then Falele has to take that jump into backup starter / just be interchangeable in that role, because we have McCary as our anchor to do anything on the offensive line, and then we have our starting 5, so that's 8 right there, and probably be able to hold one more guy who's not active on game day. So we have the developmental tackle coming in this year, Salah, and then hopefully another rookie undrafted or camp body that makes it through during the summer.
I would say that Lele is already the player that you're describing. Mm-hmm. Would you guys agree or disagree with that? That he kind of is that backup borderline starter player from what we saw last year?
I think something me and Ken have talked about in the past is his aggression needs to be at a whole different level. He needs to be more nastier if he wants to take it to the next level, because he seems to be big for no reason right now, and he needs to use his side and his power to use.
Brent Urban's got to give him some of those smelling salts. That'll solve everything.
Yeah. What do you guys think about? I mean, if Ben Cleveland isn't going to be a starter, I mean, I think he's probably may not even be on the roster to begin the season. I mean, maybe you cut him outright, or maybe you trade him for a late round pick with somebody that is in need of a guard. And I mean, depending on how good that developmental tackle looks, I mean, do you look to possibly cut McCarry or trade McCarry? It saves a good chunk of change, and you could always find it's easier to find a backup guard or center than obviously a tackle. So that would, depending on how good that left tackle looks, you might be looking to move on from McCarry.
I agree. McCary is a $4.4 million guy, I believe. And there's none of that. Voss, do you recall any of that is not, they don't get out of this year? I think he's salary of $4.4 million.
Yeah, I think it's almost a pure savings there. And it is a good chunk, definitely.
And I don't know. I mean, the problem.
I like having depth at tackle. To me, that's worthwhile. But if you get 2 tackles back to back here, then maybe it makes sense.
I think the Ravens are all in on Voorhees and Ben Cleveland at the guard this year. I think they've shown their hand, and they're going to go with it. And I think Salah is the guy that they're begging for the backup at this point.
Yeah.
Steelers just got a great pick in Zach Frazier of West Virginia, who was the second best interior offensive lineman on my board, and just an outstanding center prospect. Build your line around that guy. He's a pure center only guy, whereas Powers was a center or guard.
Or your starter.
Not to get into a player that probably won't come off the board until round 4, but you kind of felt the same way about Cedric Van Pran, Ken? A pure center.
Yes.
We're getting a lot of questions in the chat about the teams between this pick and Baltimore who might be in the market for a tackle, and whether we're getting in the range where we think it's worth considering a trade up and what that would cost.
Absolutely.
If the Ravens want to get Suamataia. So curious.
So let's talk
you guys
about that. So the 62nd pick is worth 284. So if they're packaging that, moving up to, it's just the Steelers at 51 made that pick. So it's 52 is the next available. We're talking about less than 100 to move up at this point. Still talking about trading 93 away and then getting something back. We're not yet to the point where they could trade away just 113 to move up in this round.
3 more picks, Ken, and that would be the right price tag. Would be that or first, fourth.
Is it Miles for you, Voss? Is that where you do it?
Yeah, I think so. At this point, I mean, I think the board has fallen away a certain way. I think the league is aware the Ravens need a tackle, and I wouldn't be surprised if other people jump up before them if these guys remain available. So, yeah, I would be aggressive at this point. They don't have so many needs really beyond offensive tackle and wide receiver. Really, safety is one, but I think everything else could be addressed on day 3, even if you don't have that first day 3 pick.
Zalby had a quick question. It says, can you run through the teams between now and us that are looking for an O-line? And I would say every team should be looking for O-linemen. So, there's not enough good ones to go around, so it should be every team.
Good.
I think about 4 teams in front of us.
Yeah, and to that point, I think Voss just made the really good point that the league knows Baltimore needs a tackle, so it doesn't really matter who's in between us because teams will probably be looking to move up if they really covet the guy that we covet, I would say.
I have a question for you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say you've just seen so many trades now. It's that's what I'd be worried about. Someone jumping in front of us.
If you have the choice between Suamataia and Paul, are you just going with Ken's board, or do you guys kind of have a little bit of disagreements with who you would take?
I like them both a lot, but Kingsley's a notch higher on my list.
More potential for him?
No, I think he has a higher floor, actually. I think Paul might have the higher ceiling. Paul had some fantastic metrics on PFF as far as pure pass blocking sets, and his technique is a lot of work, but he got the job done, which counts, Third, right. I think it was like 3rd down and 4th quarter. He was the highest graded pass blocker in the whole class.
Wow. We're about to find out the Colts pick.
That's interesting. I would be tempted, Voss, if you think that Paul has a higher ceiling. I would be tempted to want to put in the card for the highest ceiling guy at this pick, but I've been a Suamataia guy. Also, his name is super fun to say, and if we had Fa'alele, Sala, and Suamataia at some point all on the line, would be incredible.
There he goes.
There he goes. Yeah.
A.D. Mitchell from Texas and Georgia, if we're being honest, goes to the Colts right there.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Polynesian lineman, O lineman, D lineman. Good hit rate on the Polynesian, the lineman from Polynesian descent.
That is true, and it would be a perfect fit for the Ravens with their history.
I think to that point, Voss, I think there was a 60-minute special a couple years ago just in how American Samoa, like if you were parents in American Samoa, you had like a 1 in 100 chance or something that your child would play in the NFL, something ludicrous like that.
That's incredible. Yeah, Ronnie's half Polynesian too, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I still remember the year that we got Domata Peko for that one season, and that was nice, man. Just the years of consistency with Cincinnati, and then he comes to Baltimore. He was a good player, so definitely.
Chemo, Halodinata, obviously. Yeah, they've had quite a few good Polynesian players, linemen.
Yeah.
Mulatalo, right? Isn't Mulatalo? I think so.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, I think he was one of the first.
I mean, Troy Polamalu terrorized us for years, but now we have Kyle Hamilton to pay it back. So
Right.
I feel good
Yeah.
about that.
Is Hamilton Polynesian? I thought he was just Asian.
Hamilton
He's
is
half
he's half
something.
he's half
Japanese.
Asian
I have that.
and
Korean.
half
I thought he was half
African
black,
American.
half black, half Japanese. Yeah.
Yep. Is that the first time the Ravens have drafted a player with the same demographic as Kyle Hamilton?
What the first time?
Not sure I understand that
No,
question.
I'm saying is Kyle Hamilton the first half Asian, half black player the Ravens have drafted? I don't know.
I don't
think
remember
we
what
drafted an Asian player before.
Haruki Nakamura.
Oh, yeah.
was.
That's a
Oh,
good
true.
point.
True.
There's not a lot of what was that going around after the beginning part of the offseason? The all white team, the all black
all
team,
race
the
team,
all
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The players were the
We
ones
are,
that came up with that.
We're corrected in the chat. It's Korean. Kyle Hamilton is half Korean.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, Jay, I'm pretty sure Nakamura was a Ravens 6th round pick. 6th or
Yeah.
4th?
He was drafted. That was Zibikowski was fourth, and Haruki
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah, he
fourth
was
or
like
fifth.
6.
Yeah. You know, we made a comment earlier about the run on defensive tackles and how defensive tackles have, just become really in vogue the last handful of years. And it just takes me back to the early 2000s when you had the defenses with the two giant defensive tackles. I mean, Baltimore was the 2000 team with Sam Adams and Siragusa was one of those, but you had that Jacksonville team with Marcus Stroud and John
Yeah.
Henderson and
Yeah, they
there
were
were so many of
huge.
those teams, and those guys were primarily run stuffers. But if you wanted a great defense back in the day, you needed to be stout in the middle. And now it's come around, but it's a little bit different. You have to be able to rush the passer. But again, like the defensive tackles are so critical to that.
Sure.
You back, Ken?
I am back. Yeah. So who came off the board at 52? Did I miss it? I might have.
Was it
I
AD
don't think
Mitchell?
we saw it.
A.D. Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
I got him.
Yeah, that's the latest.
That was the last pick, yeah.
All right. So I appreciate you guys telling me when my sound is out. It was really unfortunate that last night it was out or clicking on and off when I was giving my review of Wiggins. So I hope we got that right on the short that's out there for it. But if I'm having sound troubles, please toss it up there in the comments. And don't be, if you're a panelist, don't be ashamed to point it out to me, and I might be able to do something about it.
Time to temporarily color in a few you'd love to get at 62.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at the offensive tackle board for sure. Suamataia and Paul would be very, very close to the top for me. Personal wish list.
It's too early for Amagaji, in my opinion. I don't think I'd put one of those guards in there, but Haynes is actually getting to be into value range. I don't think they could go tight end. I don't think they can go running back in round 2. I would probably say of the remaining guys, I like Burton the best and maybe Franklin the second best of the guys. Anybody else have a strong feeling about that? Want other wide receivers colored in?
I think to your point about Haynes, I think he would probably be a good pick for value at least, not for need.
Okay. All right. Don't mind putting him in. You guys just tell me who you want. How about Bullard?
Sure.
Jake, what do you think? This is your call.
I think he's a great player, and he would be of value at 62. However, for this draft, I am looking at offensive linemen first and foremost. So I will hold off on him. If the Ravens traded back to the early portion of the 3rd round, I would be fine taking Bullard.
Okay. How about Mahogany or Beebe added as guys who could be interior offensive linemen, or Pooney is a versatile one.
Mm-hmm.
Too early, honestly, for a player.
Yeah, I feel like that's a third round type pick, but go ahead, guys.
Marshawn Nealand would be a player that I'd be okay with at this point.
All right. He's risen up the draft boards a lot since even I did this list. I know.
Yeah, I like Nealon a lot too. I thought he'd maybe be a trade back from the second into the third would be a perfect value for him, but I guess I
Washington
probably
took
maybe
Benson
not
out.
mind. Yeah.
That's an interesting pick. That is very off schedule as far as
Ooh.
I'm concerned.
I will
So
take it.
Ben Sinnott goes to the Commanders.
Their Logan Thomas replacement, I guess.
Real quick, guys, I got a future film study panelist and guest that wants to say a quick hello.
Oh, sure.
Hello.
Hey, how you?
Hello.
Tell them who you are. Tell them your name.
My name's Ryan, and I'm his son.
Ryan, I think you might have come by for a football game once near the seats near me. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Not really. That's okay.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on positional value, Ryan?
So I think the Ravens might need a little bit more depth at corner in case Marlowe gets hurt again.
There you go.
Because I'm pretty sure Stevens is near the end of his contract.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet you.
And we also need another running back too.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
You found a third for the GM show every week.
Yeah,
That's right. That's
There you
right.
go.
the running back class
I
is
keep
pretty
trying to
good
tell
too.
them that you got to build through the lines, and we need offensive and defensive line. But
He's got the right dad for learning that, right?
yeah. Yeah. All right, you wanna say
Adios.
Somebody's already talking to you. I think it's Ryan and not Brian, right? Or is it Brian?
it's Ryan.
Ryan needs to know that yards per target is the only stat that matters for receivers.
There you go.
It's not the only one that matters, but it's the most important one.
All right. This one's
Yes.
making me a little nervous.
Shrimp trawler, Patrick Paul is definitely an option. Michael Hall, defensive tackle. This is good news. Run on defensive tackles.
All right. Yes.
Okay,
Good
so
stuff.
we're at about the top of the seventh here in terms of this home no hitter we're throwing towards getting an offensive tackle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we don't. But our offense only put one run on the board so far, so we're still holding on to our hats.
Yeah.
You just have this impending doom. Anybody who was there 20 some years ago from Messina's near perfect game.
I was at that game.
Mhm.
I think I was
Gave
at
it
that
up
game too.
in the ninth inning, right? One out.
One out in the ninth. They gave up a hit to left field.
Yeah, I cannot believe it. I was at that game.
Was that the game where he struck out everyone the first 3 innings, or was that a different one? Maybe I'm misremembering.
I don't remember that being the case that time. But hey, I can look it up.
Yeah,
There we go.
I remember I was sitting in the outfield under the scoreboard and I looked up in the 6th or 7th inning and just noticed zeros across the board. Was it against Cleveland? It was against the Indians, right? Do I have that right?
Cleveland Indians.
That's bizarre that I remember that.
At what point would you guys say that trading up is a real option for EDC?
Right now, I think we're in the
Yeah.
trade up zone.
Or Dallas.
The real question is: it a better time to trade up when you have 2 options, or when you narrow it down to 1?
I mean, I guess the question is how quick. The question is how closely they have them rated on their board.
Right.
If they're happy with either guy, then frankly they could wait until one of them goes and then jump on the phone.
Yeah.
But-
My only question with that would be if it's similar for multiple teams on one player, after the other guy is gone, then does the price go up or does it stay pretty standard to the JJ value?
Oh, I'm sure they get an offer from a team and then they call the Ravens and they say, hey, this is what we got. Will you beat it? And then
Right.
Yeah.
EDC
Becomes
says
more of an
yes.
auction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good point, by the way. Is it better with 2 or 1? I think if in particular, if you have a significant preference between the two, I think you do get it done earlier rather than later. It's kind of like getting the first contract signed at a position where there's going to be several contracts signed that offseason.
I think
Yeah,
Haynes could come off the
absolutely.
board.
Speaking of Detroit, it was like them getting Amon-Ra signed before A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And those contracts are going crazy.
Yep.
Really makes the Bateman deal look better, even though we don't know the terms yet.
Yeah.
Whatever they are, I mean.
Yeah, that was
Is that
something
Rich-
that I wanted to ask you guys if you had seen the terms for
Richmond
that.
Webb.
I heard 3 for 15 a lot.
Okay, there's a painful one. Patrick Paul is off the board.
I was worried about Miami.
Yeah. Good pick for him. Yeah.
So now do you go up
That's
and
right.
get Kingsley?
I would.
I would
too.
try.
I almost would venture to say you don't need to trade with Dallas, but perhaps trade with Tampa Bay. Or do you think that Dallas is the one that would be willing to trade since they just drafted Guyton?
I would say don't risk it. I would try to trade with whoever is next because you could trade with Tampa and Dallas could field someone else that wants to come jump you.
True.
I mean, technically, I think would the second, 4th rounder get it done here, Ken? It's got to be pretty close.
56 points. No, not quite yet.
Not quite.
I would think it'd take 130 and really, I mean, it almost has to be 113 the return or 130 and maybe one other pick. If you value an additional pick more, they might be able to give up 218 and 130 to move up.
Ken, your
So-
audio
Which that would make it
so
a
if-
again.
Ken, your audio's coming in and out.
Damn it. Okay. Appreciate it, guys. Let me see what I can do about this. I'm going to mute out for a second.
But I guess a quick question. Cowboys, Tampa, and Green Bay have all took offensive linemen in the first round. I mean, I think it's probably doubtful that they would take a second one in the second round. Do you think you maybe wait to Green Bay? And, I mean, you're looking at Houston or Bills. Yeah.
I mean, I would say you probably have, to the degree you can, you probably have agreements with these guys that if they get offers, that they call you and give you the right to beat it. I mean, I don't know. I assume that's how it works. You know, I bet
Yeah.
EDC's talked to all these GMs and said, hey, if you get this offer, we'll beat it.
Mhm.
I'm more concerned about another team jumping up and
Right.
taking Kingsley than the next 5 teams taking him.
So how far of a drop off is it in your opinion? I'll give it to Voss first, but all you guys, Kingsley versus Amagaji versus Fisher, Rosengarten. Is there a steep tier drop off from Suamatia to Amagaji?
I believe so. Personally, we did the pre-draft strategy show, Ken and I, and we both had Kingsley as our last man to take a number 30 before you traded back.
Right.
I'm looking at Dane Brugler's big board right now. He has Kingsley at 40 overall. He has Amagaji all the way down at 87. So that's a full more than a round difference there.
Right.
Rosengarten, I think, is a little higher, but as Ken mentioned several times today, his anchor's a little bit problematic. So I would be aggressive here if I'm EDC and make that move. And man, if you can get 2 guys that I wanted at 30 in the first 2 rounds, that's a real nice way to go.
I see
Yeah.
Steve's comment in the chat about talks of trading up to get a guy and the Ravens staying pat and getting someone that falls and whether Kingsley is worth the field in that case. I think, as we discussed at the beginning, the ability of the Ravens to get someone with left tackle traits in this draft is really critical, I would happily sacrifice a 4th-round draft pick, potentially 2, to trade up and make sure that we get a guy with those traits, because that's one of the hardest positions to fill, and you need someone that has the physical build to do it. You might give up the chance to draft an Isaiah Likely in the 4th round, but your 4th-round pick also might turn into JID or Pepe or a punter for all that matter. Not that those guys aren't important and it's not valuable, but at some point, these 4th-round picks, we have them on the roster, we develop them, and some of them turn into stud players. But I think it's a worthwhile exchange.
Ken, you back?
Yeah, checking sound again. How am I going?
Sound
Coming
good.
in
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
very
I had a
good.
question for you. What is your opinion of Ben Cleveland at right tackle in his career? How he's played there?
He's hardly played there at all. Obviously, just a little bit during the preseason. Originally, when he was a rookie, I thought he might be a guy that would step in there, and people, said his feet were what they were. He doesn't have ideal length to play tackle. He's in the 33 range. But he could be a guy if they needed in an emergency. I'm sure they would go to him. But you made a good point earlier, Frazier. I think that they're very committed this year to both Voorhees and Cleveland. I think they're moving forward with that. I think Jones might be the guy who's the backup guard / tackle. But I think that those two guys, they would really have to trip over their own dicks, so to speak, to lose the starting job.
And the only reason why I bring up Cleveland maybe moving a right tackle is because, to me, I think Haynes might be the best value at 30 right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
having him step in and be a true competitor at that right guard, left guard spot, and just have more competition and not really bet on Ben Cleveland being the guy, or Voorhees at that, for that matter.
Hey, Nishad, I guess I'd take a counterpoint on here is that they have already spent a lot of the money from having Stanley off the team in 25, and they're going to spend more of it in terms of re-ups for Hamilton, possibly Stevens, possibly not, and also for Linderbaum after the most likely the 24 season for Linderbaum, because he's a center and they can't afford to let that wait, because he'll get treated like any offensive lineman for the franchise tag. And after the 25 season at the latest for Hamilton, though they may do him after 24 as well. So a lot of that money is spent, even though they need additional cuts. And, that may mean Mark Andrews is gone for 2025. And Stanley, I think, is a sure thing. I'm trying to think of who else there is that they can cut. I guess Humphrey is the next one down the line.
Humphrey's a possibility. Yeah.
We're about to get the Cowboys selection, but then I have a question for you guys. I could ask it real quick. So in regards to the Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely decision that's looming in the near future, how do you feel about taking a tight end on day 3 that happens to be a best player available situation?
I think it might be a year too early because we do have Kohler still.
Right.
And potential that we could retain Vokalek from
He's gone to Arizona.
Yeah, he's gone, I believe.
But they can find another blocking tight end.
Yeah.
They find blocking tight ends every year. No, it wouldn't be my preference. But day 3 picks are as Ken calls them, lottery tickets. So or World Series of Poker entries. World Series of Poker entries, I mean to say. So I never really get too frustrated with, unless they're just passing on a position where they need somebody. I want to go back real quick to Nishad's question or point he made about a few minutes ago, that OTs are going to be released once, before camp or after teams that drafted them, reassess their depth chart. I disagree. There's a scarcity of offensive tackles. No teams are just going to cut a good offensive tackle for nothing. That's just the scarcest position and skill set probably in the entire league.
And even if they do, a player like Becton is not going to be a vet min guy. He's going to be able to shop himself around and get more than that vet min value, even though he's a far below average left tackle.
So the player that just came off the board is one of our favorite edge players left, Marshawn Nealand. Went to Dallas. So a good player off the board there, but thankfully does not impact our offensive tackle need.
Yeah.
Big day
good
of
pick.
defensive players.
Yeah.
Yeah, after a big day for offensive players, day before.
hmm
Yeah, I don't have any concern for tight end. The Ravens know how to draft and evaluate tight end. So even
Yeah,
if they pick someone up in the 4th or 5th round, they'll make it work, I think.
I completely agree. They definitely know tight end better than most teams in the league. I was just having a conversation on Twitter earlier today with a longtime Ravens guy, Adam, and we were talking about Jaheim Bell and Jared Wiley specifically. And I know that some people are a little bit lower on Jaheim Bell. Specifically, Lance Zierlein had him as a very late round pick / UDFA player, and I see him differently. I just wanted to throw that question to you guys about tight end in a later draft BPA sort of scenario.
hmm
I like Bell as an FSU fan. I think he's a little bit undersized, but he has a lot of juice after the catch. He can even take some snaps as a tailback. I think he'd be a weapon, not necessarily a weapon that they want to put on the field to take Isaiah Likely off, so to say. But
Correct.
But I like him. I'd be happy with him on day 3 for sure. Just watching him during the season.
Yeah.
What did you guys have Arnold that went to Detroit in the 1st round? What did you guys think of his eval versus Wiggins?
Oh, Terry,
Second best corner on my board.
Yeah.
I still think Wiggins
Good
was
player.
the best cover corner. So
Okay.
yeah.
I just liked Arnold's physicality. He just fit our mold and what we stand for as a defense.
Yeah, he was a good player.
I was listening to Michael Lombardi's podcast like the day before the draft, and he was talking about Alabama, how Nick Saban runs man, all the time. And this past year, he ran more zone than ever before. So he was like, "What does that tell you about how he feels about Kool-Aid and Arnold?" And that was like, oh yeah, that's a decent
Makes
point.
sense.
So,
Yeah.
That's a very good point. Very good point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Running a couple picks behind here, but both Tampa Bay and Green Bay have selected. Their picks are not in, so at least we know those. Their picks are in, but they haven't been involved in a trade, as far as we know.
So I have
You
a
said both
question.
Tampa and Green Bay?
Yeah, so they should have them both
Okay.
in short order
Okay.
after they come back from break here.
So for the panel, where do you guys have the remaining edge players that could go in this round or early 3rd round? Meaning, obviously Ken's board, you have Braswell, Adiza Isaac, Jonah Ellis. How comfortable would you be with the Ravens taking one of those guys at 62 if all of a sudden Kingsley is gone and maybe Fisher or Amagaji gets picked?
I would want to wait till round 3.
Yeah.
At the earliest. Again, like if they trade back from 62, into like high 60s, low 70s, I think you're probably just picking the best player available. But yeah, I think that might be a little high for any of them.
I like Booker, but he's definitely not a 2nd round prospect, more of an early 4th round prospect to me.
Mm-hmm. You know what I would love to see happen? I'd love to see Eric DaCosta make his first small school pick and really knock it out of the ballpark with an edge rusher or any position, really, offensive lineman maybe. But he kind of earned his stripes with a lot of excellent small school scouting, and they had a lot of small school picks during the Ozzie era. They've gone 0 for 43, actually 0 for 44 with the Wiggins pick during the DaCosta era, and with the overwhelming majority of his picks being Power 5 selections.
He's not able to be in the field. That's probably why he's not in the nooks and cranny no more.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's the portal. Sorry,
Yeah.
Jake, but
I was about to say, is it the portal? Yeah.
Yeah, whoever, I think someone, I mean, maybe Voss, it was you on the GM podcast you guys did this week that just brought that up specifically.
So a player that specifically fits that kind of role for Ken might be Mo Kamara. He might be more of a 4th round type pick, but he's gotten a lot of buzz. I know Connor Rogers really likes him a lot from the Stock Exchange podcast. He's a PFF kind of adjacent guy with Trevor Sikkema. But I don't know where you have him, Ken, on your board because he's not on this page here, but he's a name to look out for sure. I believe you're muted, Ken.
Defensive run.
Wow.
Okay, so first thing we have Chris Braswell coming off from Alabama, going to Tampa. So that's on the board. That's a good news. And you asked about the edge. Get to it real quickly. Yeah, Muhammad Kamara is on my list, but he's on a list of guys I don't really like unless they drop a lot. And let me see if I can recall exactly the reasons I didn't like him for.
He's small, 6'1", I think.
Yeah, 6'1", 248 is small, and still is a consistent bull rusher at that size. Did have very broadly successful pressure rates at Colorado State and 8 coverage snaps as a senior, but he had some playing earlier in his career. I have mixed a list of guys I'd like to draft the Ravens to draft on day 3. This may have been a short shrift this review here clearly. So he was the guy I had outside of my top 10, and I've got him as a day 3 guy. But what are your thoughts on him since you bring him up? Why do you like him? Jake,
yeah,
right?
I mean,
The one who brought him up?
specifically, I have not been able to sit down and watch him. I've just heard a number of people, including Connor Rogers, talk about him as a player that they're pretty high on. So I just was wondering where you were on him. So I haven't really gotten into him, but just curious on that. And then another guy to bring up as the Packers pick my Georgia boy, Javon Bullard, safety. What about Javon Solomon out of Troy?
Yeah, he was another guy, and that's the Troy in Georgia who was on my list. And let me bring him up. But
I believe Troy is in Alabama, but that doesn't really matter. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he is actually my number 12 guy. I thought he'd be a value in the 4th round. Again, that is what we're getting to right now. Let me get down comments about him.
Hey Ken, your headphone is clicking in and out again.
Oh my God!
I hate to do
How can I
that to
correct
you.
this thing? I mean, it's just
Curious if any of you guys watch tape on Brendan Rice. He's someone that I'd like the Ravens to take in day 3, maybe. Just get Jerry Rice in the building.
Unbelievable how many legacies there are this year. Marvin Harrison, Jeremiah Trotter, Brennan Rice, Frank Gore Jr., and I'm probably leaving 5 or 6 guys that I'm not even on the tip of my tongue. It's so many this year.
There's a number of, I believe there are a number of guys that have uncles or something like that are related that are a little bit less on the nose. So I agree with you, boss. Wow. Okay, a player that the Ravens would be interested in just got picked by Houston. Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame, offensive tackle.
Whoa. Oh, 2 more picks. Come on.
We are close. Buffalo has been interested in trades so far this draft. Baltimore could trade up here.
Don't let KC jump you for a tackle. Do not let KC jump you for a tackle. You're going to regret it.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, we're talking 5th rounder. It should move you up 2 picks, right?
Yeah. I mean, this should be obvious, but I'm just going to state it for the obvious. Like, we have no idea if the Ravens have a high grade on Suamataia. For all we know, he might not even have be on their big board. But
The rumor is the rumor I just got via text messages, they're not super high on him, but maybe it's a smokescreen, or maybe they just they pick a guy because they really, really need a tackle. So we'll see.
yeah,
Buffalo apparently didn't need much time for their pick. It is in already.
wow. My feed is behind y'all. Your everyone else's feed.
We don't. I do not have the pick. I'm also behind a little bit from Ken earlier. I'm a YouTube TV guy, so that's just what it is.
You're delayed too. I thought it was just me.
Yeah.
I'm YouTube TV also, and probably about 20 seconds behind Ken.
Prestiana, Prestiana, that was my point. Exactly. We don't even know if they value Suamataia, and we get our own hopes up based on evaluations and who we think. But we're playing checkers and they're playing 3D chess over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because we have a break here, I want to get some thoughts on wide receivers. So I'm actually a pretty big Jalen McMillan fan. Where are you guys on the wide receiver class, and especially the guys that are available in the next 2 rounds? How are you feeling right now?
I'm looking for
I really like Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, you go. No, please,
okay.
you.
Okay. Yeah. No, I really like Troy Franklin. Bigger guy, definitely speed. I think he's a really smooth route runner. And can jump and get balls. So I like him. I wouldn't mind him at 62. I mean, I guess it depends on what they think about the remaining tackles, but I would like him at 62. Everybody else I think is probably a third rounder later for me as far as wide receivers. I like Malachi Corley and in the third.
Vontaze Walker.
I got here.
Walker, I like Walker.
Devontae Walker too. Yes,
Good.
yeah, and Burton from Alabama too.
Yep.
So
I like the idea of Burton. I think Burton has some strong physical upside if you feel the character is there, and Baltimore has ties into Saban and that staff, so they would know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm looking for an X. To me, I don't necessarily want a slot. I don't want a Z or someone that can't, because it's just redundant with all the tight ends and the receivers they already have. I think that's the area where Lamar can expand his game. The offense can expand to take that next step of evolution.
I entirely agree.
And it was
with
mind-boggling that people had McConkey.
Yeah, I mean, I was a big fan of Pearsall.
I like McConkey a lot.
Yeah, I hoped Pearsall
would
be a second-round pick, but the league knows.
Yeah, completely agree with you guys on that. I've heard a bunch. I'm in a couple Georgia exclusive chats on Twitter, or X as we call it, where guys have been talking about Jermaine Burton for the past year and maybe plus. His character concerns are definitely real, and maybe that's a reason that he's going to fall or has fallen. But the talent is there. He was a guy freshman year at Georgia that I thought, if he continues down this path, he has the chance to be a first-round talent. I don't say that about every player. I know people, realize that I'm a Georgia fan, that I like those guys a lot, but Burton is very talented. So I love the player on the field, but he does have a bit of an attitude to him and can rub people the wrong way.
I'm a big fan of the content that
yards per target.
Oh, sorry, Ken.
Is my sound still a continual screw up here, or what do we have?
No,
we can
sounds
hear
a
you
little
better
different, but
it's better now.
It's not breaking up. You sound good, Ken. Jake, to your point, I don't think there's anything wrong having a bias towards Bama and Georgia And those kind of players, I mean, they produce the most talent. Their rosters are littered with 5 stars, and you want to tap into that well as much as you can, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Bill's
Cole
pick
Bishop.
is in.
Cole Bishop,
yeah,
the second.
Cole Bishop.
No, wait, the third safety off the board, I believe.
One more pick. Yeah, I'm a big fan, Jake, of the reception perception guys and the evaluation they do on receivers and the way they break down, wins versus press versus man versus zone. And he was pretty high on Burton as a prospect from a pure skill perspective. If the off field checks out.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised.
Completely agree. Completely agree with that.
I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'd be surprised if Haynes doesn't come off the board before the 3rd round.
Yeah.
One more player I would what are we using for guys we like orange would be Jaden Hicks, the safety. I mean, if they really don't like these tackles, I'd be happy with that one personally.
Let me jump in for a second here because the Lions are about to pick, and we don't think the Lions are drafting a tackle with their current set of offensive tackles they have. They're going to supplement this.
True.
Pick is a good thing.
DBs, they need
DBs
DBs.
have a chance at
The Ravens
one.
do have a chance. Yep.
Yeah, someone posted in the chat that they show that the Ravens pick is already in.
Okay, don't tip
Don't
it.
don't spoil it, John.
Yeah.
We want organic reactions.
Yeah.
So assuming go ahead.
Just going to say if it's they do have a developmental year here, so their perception of the offensive tackles out there is going to be a little different from every other team. So hopefully they're willing to take the time rather than take a guy who's ready now, like a Rosengarten, who may not get any better.
Very good point, Ken. Very, very good, astute point. I'm nervous. I don't know about you guys, but I feel nervous all of a sudden.
And
I think the chat might know the pick.
I think we're safe with the tackles. I think we might
okay. The pick is coming through for me. I'm not going to announce it unless you guys are good.
Yeah, don't
I
say
don't have it yet.
I don't have it yet.
I'm way behind, so
I got
live
it now.
vicariously through you guys.
Wow.
I just saw Rakestraw. So
Yep,
that is correct.
Yep.
Back to back.
So good player.
Good.
you saw Jake. You already seen the Ravens pick, is what you're saying. So please don't.
No. Just the Lions. Just the Lions.
Great. Okay.
Okay.
Wow. Corner back to back.
All right. So shall we go through?
looks pretty smart.
who
Taking a
wants
corner early.
Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead, start us off, Brandon.
All right. So I'm between Franklin and Suamatia. I think this might be Franklin though. I think we might go Franklin.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Jake? You're next.
I would go offensive tackle here. I believe it's Suamatia.
Frazier, what do you say?
I say Haynes, then Suamatia.
Okay. Brad, how are we doing?
I'm Suamatia or bust right now, but I'll be worrying. Yeah.
Voss, what do you say?
Kingsley, give me 2 first-round talents with the first 2 picks.
Okay, I'd be absolutely through the roof right now if Suamatia is the guy, and I'll honestly be very disappointed if it's Rosengarten because that seems like a now pick for left tackle, which I just don't think is very what they need.
Pick is in. Tension.
Haloti.
Oh yeah, I see a Haloti now. Ken's
Oh,
definitely
good.
about.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
even see Haloti.
He's
I don't know if
at
any-
least 10 seconds ahead of me.
I don't know if any of you guys have ever shaken Halodi's hands, but he has some massive claws on him.
Oh my gosh, I bet. Ken, I guess you don't want the Capitals update right now, huh?
Oh, that hurts.
Oh, I don't like to hear that.
Roger Rosengarten
Ugh.
is the guy.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, they wanted to solidify a position on the roster while already having their 2024 option at left tackle, I guess.
Oof.
You take
It's not a high ceiling player.
No, you take it for what it is, right? It's a probably an immediate starter on the right side of the offensive line.
Even in that highlight, he doesn't anchor.
Do you have his age, Ken, or anybody in this chat?
Yeah, let me get
He's
to it.
21.9. He'll be 22 by the time the season starts.
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah.
So he can still develop some strength in his profile and maybe solidify an anchor.
For an O lineman, that's relatively young.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The
All right,
issue,
well,
the issue
hey,
I have
they
with
got a tackle.
Rosengarten,
They're feeling good about that pick.
Oh, and Kansas City is trading.
Yeah, there's no value.
They are probably going for Kingsley. I would imagine, but maybe not.
Huh?
Could they double
Probably.
dip at wide receiver? I mean, if Rasheed Rice is in trouble, they could double dip here.
No, they have Hollywood. They still have Sky Moore.
They can get another Rice.
I think they're going to line. The question is which one. They
Whoa.
they might take like Brandon Coleman. What's going on with Kingsley? I'm surprised he fell that far down.
Well,
Jeremiah didn't have him in his top.
Yeah.
I think 200. Did he say 100?
He was outside of the top 100 for Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah.
And he was 20 overall for Nate Tice.
Yeah, it's all
Quite the
over
range.
the board. All over the board for sure.
What could the Chiefs need that bad?
They've been trading up.
They need
So they have back-to-back picks here too.
What? They do?
No, they flip
Yeah.
flop with San Fran.
I'd be surprised if they were able to get 2 picks.
They switched their 6th and the 5th to move one spot. I wonder who's it for.
I need to address Rosengarten here for a second while we're waiting on this pick. The problem with Rosengarten is not his mirror. His mirror is moves very well.
Breaking up, Ken.
Hey, Ken, you're breaking up again.
Yeah, I need to guys. We're at that.
I respect the Jersey game though. Ken with the Webby.
Is that Webb or McAllister? That's C-Mac in my book.
Yeah, it probably is McAllister. Yeah.
It might be Brandon
Oh,
Stevens.
so my ass was
They
going
got
to.
him.
Oh, it's Webb. It's Webb. Okay. Yeah,
Wow.
I did mention it was probably Kingsley.
Kansas City got their
and
tackle.
It was Kingsley. So the Ravens clearly had Rosengarten higher on their board. So
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, got to trust them, I guess.
And we know that
Yeah.
the Ravens, they develop linemen. That's the thing. That's what they do.
So why would they take
Yeah.
the guy with the lower ceiling? I don't know. It's a questionable pick. We'll see how it plays
Yeah.
out in the next couple of years.
How old is Kingsley? Do we know that?
Kingsley's 21. He'll be 22 at the end of the year. Yeah.
So he's a similar age to Rosengarten or younger?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little bit younger. He's about half a year younger. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we entered tonight hoping that the Ravens were going to get a tackle with their first pick, and they did, offensive tackle. So maybe not the guy that was highest on our personal boards, but maybe the Ravens had their reasons. Maybe there's some medical or character that we're not privy to. And
Alex
think now-
posted in the chat that he had heard them suggest that Rosengarten is a better fit for a Monken offense. I don't know If anyone
Is there
can comment on that.
is there any thoughts with that from you guys that have really, gotten into the tape for these tackles?
I personally don't buy the idea of going to a zone heavy athletic out in space lineman 5 across the board. It's just the college ranks don't produce enough athletic guys to do that. So that's my personal thought.
Ken?
I don't know if my microphone is going to hang out for this. This is kind of frustrating me here, but
You're good right now.
Rosengarten has a very poor anchor. That is really the issue with him. Terrific lateral movement, ability to get mirror, go side to side. That's not the problem. One thing I'll say is the Ravens got by with this for several years with Ronnie Stanley being a guy who would sacrifice space in order to maintain his mirror and occasionally bump Lamar. That may be the trade-off that they're willing to take with Rosengarten, that they're willing to say, hey, this makes sense, and it has worked for Lamar. Lamar is very mobile, very good with a bump from the backside. He doesn't necessarily go down or immediately get frustrated and take his eyes off the field. He's a guy who can handle it. So in terms of all the run blocking things, the Ravens have made lemon out of lemonade in so many bad, zone fit guys. And go to Bradley Bozeman first. Pulled more than any guy in Ravens history. He's able to maintain space pretty well as a zone blocker as well. And they've been able to, they were able to have a good guard made out of him. James Hurst, they got a good season out of him at left guard. Not a particularly mobile cat there either. So I don't think that's the issue. I think that, I think actually they should be fairly scheme agnostic in terms of the zoner power guys they get. If anything, err on the side of power because you can't really teach that. I think the Ravens have proven they can teach some of the zone awareness and whatnot, and the blocking angles necessary to get to a guy on a large reach or cutback. I'm frustrated by having a guy on the left side again who doesn't really have a great anchor, and that's I think what Rosengarten is. Can he put on some weight? Maybe. I'm not that confident about his upside. And while I love the Wiggins pick, and I was hopeful that it wouldn't cost them too much at left tackle, I think we're seeing the barriers to entry really hit with a draft pick like Rosengarten at number 62, which seems like a big reach for the value you get.
That seems fair to me. It looks like we still have plenty of wide receiver options for the third round, if that's where the Ravens want to go. Where do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, that's where I definitely turned my attention to. The dream for 3 months has been corner, tackle, and receiver, and I'm not ready to pivot off that now. If there is a value at edge or safety that's just too good to pass on, then that's fine. But I would definitely prefer receiver next.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Ken, just quickly going back to Rosengarten, do you think maybe there's a chance that because I saw people posting in the chat, because he played on the right side in college, that was Penix's blind side, but because he played on the right side, do you think the Ravens envision him as in the mix for the right tackle job day one and then groomed for left tackle potentially, and that might have given him the lead over Suama Mataia?
Yeah, I think that's certainly possible. And he's a guy he's as ready as he's ever going to be right now. There's certainly some strength gain that Rosengarten can go through. I think we're going to hear that a lot from the beat writers is they're going to say he needs a year in NFL weight room. But in terms of his feet and his ability to mirror, he's there right now. The problem is length for the left side is not really ideal, and anchor is not. And that's two big things to be missing. I mean, it's basically the same things that Morgan is missing that made me believe he really can only be a guard. Rosengarten is a much more specific case. His body type is not at all pear-shaped. He's not a guy who's going to move inside a guard. If he fails at tackle, he probably has to move to center or be out of the league. And that's not a long landing strip for a guy like this.
Absolutely. We just got another player that's not on your list right this second. Renardo Green, one of Voss's players from Florida State, is a corner, and he just got picked by the 49ers here at 64. So that's probably a good thing for Baltimore, considering they already drafted Wiggins. So yeah, pretty positive there.
Good value. Here's a guy more than me. I had him on my honorable mention list, I believe, but I didn't add those guys to the cornerback group.
I hope to see some running backs in the third round, and I think we will get a couple of them. As well as tight end. I am a little bit surprised that we didn't get one of them in the second round, but Jatavion Sanders from Texas could be somebody that comes off the board. Jared Wiley, I know he's pretty high on Daniel Jeremiah's list, as well as Theo Johnson from Penn State, if I remember correctly, and Jaheim Bell, as we mentioned earlier, from Florida State and South Carolina prior to that.
Hey, Ken, just a logistics discussion. Do you have more folks that are coming in for the round 3 on the panel?
Right. We do have some. They're not here yet. So if you're here for round 2, as is the case on a couple folks, then we have Jordan Coe is joining us, and it sounds like Garnett West is going to join us also, but I don't know exactly when he'll be on.
All right. Well, I'm going to take off. I was around 2. Appreciate everyone in the chat and on this call. And Ken, thank you for all you do. And, the rest of you guys, appreciate all the content you guys produce. So fingers crossed that Rosengarten turns out to be one of the better Ravens second round picks. I think someone pointed out the Ravens haven't had a terrific round 2 track record. I guess probably Torrey Smith is the best round 2 draft pick the Ravens ever had. So I saw someone ask that. That would be my nomination.
Yeah, it's a good point there. But
Right. Brad, thanks a lot for coming.
Thanks, guys.
Brad.
Take care.
See ya.
So I guess
Trade
we're about to
back.
get the Jets pick, unless you're ahead of me, Ken, in which you should be.
No, we're still on the Jet selection here. There's an honor guard or something that's being honored out on stage.
All right, entering the third round here. That is a good place to be. Let's see. Are you looking for another tackle in the third round, an interior offensive lineman, or a wide receiver? Is that kind of what the vibe is here?
I'd be in favor of that. I'd be in favor of another offensive lineman. I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but I think they'll have opportunities still in round 4 at wide receiver.
Yeah, I agree.
And I would, I don't think they have their tackle problem necessarily taken care of, but there is a limitation on developmental linemen, as we discussed earlier. But Amagaji would still be a possibility. And Cooper Beebe would be probably a good possibility if he's still around at 93. Haynes and Mahogany would probably both be gone before then, would be my guess. And I think it might be a little bit of a reach at 93 to go for McCormick, but I might not hate it entirely. McCormick, he played at South Dakota State, and he looks just bigger than everyone else on the field. So it's kind of like Amagaji at Yale. You don't really get a good handle on how he would play versus players who were right-sized for him.
How do you feel about Zach Zinter?
He's on my list. I probably like Pooney more. And by the way, I didn't include Coleman on this list. And he should be on that list as either an IOL or an OT, but I don't have him on there.
From TCU?
Yeah. Been linked to the Ravens a lot, but he would be a late third, early fourth kind of guy. That I could deal with Pooney in the same place. Let me make sure I get him on there now so we don't forget that.
What do you think about Malik Washington? I know Malik Washington and Taj Washington are guys that could probably come off at the late third, fourth rounds, somewhere in there. Maybe a little bit redundant with what we have in Zay Flowers, but So far, that's the kind of prototype that Lamar Jackson really prefers. Do you have any thoughts on those guys?
Just to kind of mirror what you said, I left those guys off my list if all they did was slot, including Malachi Corley, who was just drafted here by the Jets. So other guys like that, I either had a much lower on the board, or like Aeneas Smith is still on the board, even with some off-field problems and some on-field duplication. But Corley would be one that was well down on my board because of overlap.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I don't know if it was if it was James Ogden that you had on your show for wide receivers or someone else this year.
James. Yep.
Yeah, James. But I know he was super high on Aeneas Smith. So that would be an interesting player for me, considering how positive he was in the evaluation of the player. There is just the off the field considerations for him.
Yeah, and I think the off-field considerations, I've heard differing reports on this, that this may all go away, but it was apparently some sort of a triple of possession of a weapon and driving while intoxicated and something else. I forget what the third one was, all at the same time. So it's like hold yourself to one felony at a time. But then I heard may have been an overzealous police officer involved in the thing that was harassing the players there where it happened. I think it happened at College Station, if I recall correctly.
That would make sense to me. We have a message that you have put on here from BP. Burton and Baker are the best X receivers available. How do you feel about that? I know Javon Baker maybe fits the role. I don't completely agree with Jermaine Burton as an X, but I do believe he could fill the role. I think Rashad Bateman is probably more of an X than Jermaine Burton.
Yes.
Burton is a distinctly a deep threat. As part of what he did. Apparently I thoughts that he'd open up the route for 2023 because that's my notes here. I need to look at that and really see if that's the way the PFF divided out his routes, for example. By the way, if you haven't seen, the PFF guide is quite good this year, and they've added a really important thing to it, which is number of routes by type. And it doesn't include every route, so it's a little bit confusing in that way. So if they're extended play routes or something that doesn't fit into one of the standard route types, they don't include it. But it's still very good for information that you otherwise have. And I'd highly recommend it in terms of getting. I don't think it's very expensive, but
another running back off the board.
Yes.
Trey Benson. All right.
Good news here. My favorite running back in the class, and it was close, like I talked about with Ken on our running back podcast. Trey Benson from FSU, I believe, is a difference maker. Goes in the third round here. Never felt like a Ravens pick. It just didn't seem like the value would line up with where they were picking. And overall, that's a good thing for Baltimore that another running back comes off the board.
Hey, BP, appreciate the information there. This is why I hate talking about off-field issues. Is we don't know. We got lots of film to go back on in terms of play on the field, and we can make our judgments, and we can have difference of opinion. That's all fair comment, in the parlance. But we really have no idea what happened off the field in this incident, and that's why I really just don't like talking about it. And I'm sure you're probably right in terms of what you've heard since. I've certainly heard some things that would mitigate the significance of the incident.
I think I would take Walker over Burden. I think he has a little bit more size and more top end speed, longer arms, just overall better ceiling, I think, personally.
Yeah,
And
Tez Walker.
Yep.
Tez Walker.
Down fifth.
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks like the Washington Commanders are about to make their pick, and it came through for me. Guard Brandon Coleman from TCU. He played tackle, I believe, but most people project him to guard.
That's
No.
interesting.
Good player. I know the Ravens were interested in him. Oh, he did play guard as well. I apologize. But you know,
He played
there's
guard and
still
tackle.
yeah, there's still some players that would be pretty high on our board. With Haynes and Mahogany still available. So Coleman just got picked.
Got it. Sorry, guys. Had a little snack, bathroom break. Apologize for the.
I think Haynes might be a product of what we talked about earlier. Those Power 5 schools getting all those portal guys, and I guess Penn State's obviously not a lower school, but it's not Alabama, LSU, those big teams. So I think that might be hurting his draft stock right now. Just the level of competition he's faced throughout the year. And there was word there was no film on him, accessible film for Christian Hayes.
He's a UConn guy. I thought I don't know. I thought there was. I thought there was at least one cut up out there. Let me go check my notes.
There was something about one of the offensive line prospects didn't have film, but was one of the best linemen in the draft.
I will say I struggled to find film on Monmouth running back Jaden Sheridan. So if anybody has film on him and can slide a little over to me, that'd be great. But he is an expected draftable running back that definitely has speed. I've seen some highlights from him, but I was not able to get film on him.
Hey Ken, I guess here's a good question for you, that you were asked by Harrison Betzel. He said, could you explain what you mean by he can't anchor? Obviously, talking about Rosengarten. Is it his
Sure.
size or a lack of ability?
No, it's. I think it's mostly size, and there's sometimes a hand fighting component that goes with it. In his case, he's got kind of shorter arms, so a typical longer armed edge who's at 34 inches, and then you also see defensive players use one arm and half body tactics to attack a particular point on the tackle, whereas the tackle usually has to maintain an even leverage to try and be able to deal with that player. They have advantages in length to start with. But if you take a 34-inch armed defensive end who's trying to get his hand placement just right against that tackle, there's two ways they could defend that, or two ways that are at the top of the thing. One is to be huge and monolithic and be able to sit there and take the impact from a player who might be up to 75 pounds lighter than them. The other way is to be able to disrupt that rep with a nice punch that impacts the player or hand fight otherwise to get them off their pass rush plan. But Brandon, maybe you as an ex-defensive lineman be better talking about that in terms of what you might have done to get long in terms of using one arm against an interior player.
Yeah, so one all we're talking about is how well or how poorly an offensive lineman holds, because they all hold and they hold every play. So that's number one.
Well, if you're staying in the frame, it's not holding.
No. What you're talking about is presentation. You know, the rule that the referees have, and the whole conspiracy around the NFL is that they realize that offensive linemen are fat and unathletic, and that they can't keep up, so they must cheat in order to compete. So they've allowed offensive linemen to cheat, and so that's why the game is played the way it is.
I tell you what, I really love, goading Brandon into talking about this. We're talking about centers, which is the other really funny.
Yes.
All centers are cheap shot artists.
They're all cheap shot artists. They look left, look right, look for whoever's not looking, and they hit them in the ribs. If this was a real fight, he'd call it a sucker punch. So that's what centers are. Yeah. No, but I mean, also when you're anchoring, you're trying to stop a defensive lineman from bull rushing you.
Yep.
So you anchor and you kind of like bend down and you get into a stance where you basically you're trying to stop the force that the defensive lineman is getting through. So you get one foot further back than the other, and you just like lean back and just kind of absorb that energy and that force that a defensive lineman is trying to get through. And it's all part of arm length. Like an offensive lineman, when he has longer arms, it's like a jab with a boxer, where if you have a guy who's shorter, but like Mike Tyson, that can come inside and hit you with a rib shot and knock you down, you use a jab to keep them away. And kind of same thing with offensive linemen. You jab at them to keep them away from your body and being able to get into your body.
Yeah.
And to the point about the anchor, even in the small clip they showed after he got drafted, I saw him just get pushed right into the pocket off a stunt.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, okay, that's not encouraging at all. But I'm hoping that Coach D can hopefully help him with the technique. And I think it's just more so he needs to get low and not stand straight up. I think that will definitely help his anchor 100%.
That should help.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, I wanted to address your thing directly, because Rosengarten, the A part of his game is his lateral movement. That is not a problem at all. He's one of the really good mirrors in this class. He's got good feet. You mentioned the shuttle. He had a really good 40 time in terms of getting downfield on blocks. Probably could do a lot of the things that require speed, like making a block as the trailer on a counter play well. The problem is all about, can he anchor, and are his short arms going to impede him, and how does that get him? So you can have all the lateral move in the world. You can mirror great, but if the guy says, okay, no problem, then I'll go to the bull rush, and you can't stop it, that's a really big problem. So that's the reason why I'm not optimistic as I could be.
We did just get another offensive tackle off the board. Caden Wallace from Penn State is going to the New England Patriots here at pick 68.
So the Ravens have been out in front of a couple of these runs here. It seems like DeCosta's doing a pretty good job playing the board. Whether you agree with who he selected or not, they're kind of getting the pick of the litter before the on the front end of some of these runs, cornerback and offensive tackle.
I have a question from John on here. John Tabor, does Rosengarten compare with Ricky Wagner? Interesting question. Ricky obviously was a 5th round pick for the Ravens. How do you feel about that? Ken, Voss?
Ken, did he have longer arms?
No, Wagner, very short arms, and right tackle only. But he was a guy who got away with something that he was very good at, which is kind of baiting opposing pass rushers into a speed rush and then taking 12-6 past the back pylon of the pocket. And that is a very specific skill. Most players who do that, they do it with length and with size. Wagner didn't really have either. He's a very average sized offensive lineman even at the time, and didn't have length for sure. But he was one guy who there was always like really close to being a pressure, and I had to adjudicate very carefully. And usually we had the most. I do the initial scoring off the regular broadcast view, and then I go to all 22 for anything where I need a review on it. And we probably had 4, 5, 6 all 22s marked in a typical Rick Wagner game that I had to go back to and look at what's the horizontal depth between him and the quarterback Flacco in that case that he was still allowing. His skill set was really specific, and he was a good player. I thought the Ravens did a good job of getting out from under him and letting him go to the Lions when they did. Junior Colson,
well said, Ken. That's
off the board. Yeah.
Well said, Ken. That's exactly my memory of Ricky, just being able to push him past the pocket, like you said, 12-6. And I think that actually might be a pretty good comparison for Rosengarten projection.
And by the way, if he could do that, that wouldn't be that bad. Your quarterback understands the timing of the play when there's a front side 12-6 block. He doesn't know it on the backside. So that's an important differentiation, is that he won't necessarily know, okay, now I've got 3.5 seconds in his internal clock instead of I've got he'll know that if it's the right side tackle who makes that play. If it's the left side guy, he doesn't really see it happen, so he's not going to know how long he's got.
So another question we got was from it looks like a Portuguese name. Pedro Bochat is the second part of the name there. What would be your favorite position, not player, to pick in round 3? I know, Ken, you kind of already mentioned offensive line. I would probably agree with that sentiment. Where are you guys with that, Voss?
I would say wide receiver would be first, safety would be second, offensive tackle / guard would be third for me.
Dag, boss, did you read my mind right there?
I did.
I think I'd probably go receiver, edge, safety, then guard / tackle.
I think I would probably go offensive tackle again, with the ability to kick inside. So I think Rosengarten is strictly going to be an offensive tackle, and I think the next guy could be one of those swing players that could play tackle, but definitely could kick inside to guard and give you that competition with Ben Cleveland or Andrew Voorhees for one of those guard spots.
We need to try and find a cheaper McCary.
Yeah, that would be true as well.
Good point. Yeah, Amagaji, I'd be very happy with him in the third round. Had kind of sort of targeted him with 93 throughout this process. So even though you took a Rosengarten in the second, you can never have too many tackles, corners, or receivers. Really.
Yeah.
Any Pat Ricard
Andrew
placements
Phillips
this draft?
off the board.
There is a point here. Kingsley should be in blue rather than green on your board there, Ken.
Let's see. Yep, good point. Thank you very much. That would drive us nuts trying to figure out which is the missing pick later, and I do appreciate that. We maybe should have a different color for the third round, but I'm okay with this. We'll just keep blue as day 2 picks. Andrew Phillips is a guy I specifically had. He just went off the board here, but he's this guy I had specifically excluded as at corner for the Ravens, and it may have been slot related. But let me go back and see my notes and make sure I'm at the right point. So what was my?
Yeah, I think we discussed it previously, Ken. I think he's a little bit undersized to play on the outside.
Tweener-tastic size. And his metrics were not good in 23. 7.6 yards per target specifically was a bad one, and 112.6 opposition passer rating.
While we are on the topic of Kentucky corners, I was watching Cody Schrader film today, just trying to finish up my running backs, and they happen to be playing Kentucky. Maxwell Harrison is a player I would be really interested in next year for safety for Baltimore. He is a very talented player. I believe he was second team all SEC. Very, very good ball hawk for Kentucky. Good ball skills. I think he had 5 interceptions, which was second or first in the SEC in 2023 as the Cardinals put in their pick for Isaiah Adams at guard. But yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a reach there. I think Michael Crawford was a fan of his, if I recall from your podcast, Ken. But looks like some of the higher rated guards are maybe not.
Yeah, you're right.
Seen
He had
that
him
way
ranked
by
10th. Michael was looking at 2022 film of him because he had a disastrous year in 2023. Adams did, if I am recalling correctly.
Haynes is still available, and that's becoming very surprising at this point.
What is the
in
Cooper Beebe too?
Yep.
I think the Ravens.
Is there an injury concern with Haynes right now?
Not to my knowledge.
Don't think so.
Looks like we have an Orioles spoiler.
Yeah, don't give me an Orioles spoiler if you've got one. I've taken the game and I really want to watch it. You can give me the Caps update though. I think that Brad had a Caps update for me, but he's gone now. Okay, I didn't tape that game. Oh, what the hell? I'll go look it up myself.
I will add, while we are on a break, Jalen Wright feels like a player that should go in the third round today. If he does not go, then he is an extreme value in the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
How about Lloyd?
I also like Lloyd, but I feel like he could be a top of the fourth round guy.
Okay.
Jeremiah, that was his number one running back, I believe, was Marshawn Lloyd.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. I thought
You
he
made
was
the
high
point.
I thought he liked Jonathan Brooks, to be honest with you, but I could be wrong.
Jeremiah is very maybe a little bit more floor based than ceiling based, I would say, as far as his evaluation. But that's fine. Get a wide range of opinions.
And Voss, you made the point as a Florida State fan that you were not a big Benson guy.
Yeah, I mean, I like Benson, but I didn't think he was a special talent. The contact balance wasn't great, and I didn't think his vision was great. And not a player that I would select on day two. Could be a fine player, early fourth, but I'm also a little bit biased against the running back position, as you know.
I on the other hand, liked him a lot. I thought he added a ton of value in the receiving game, and I don't think they used him enough there. And that's something that the Ravens could have used and still could use to complement the rest of the running backs. So,
Sure,
I was a fan.
Fair point. Yeah, I think he was still my second or third highest graded running back, but it just didn't really like the class as a whole. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Hey, folks, got a tremendous group here watching tonight. This is even bigger than last night. I wonder if I could ask you to do a favor. Could you go out to your Twitter account right now and put in a little note, hey, having fun watching this on watching the Film Study Draft watch party, and just label it out there on Twitter and let some other people join in here. I think most of the people know by now, but it'd be great if we could just have a little nudge for folks right now.
Yeah, Amagaji honestly would be awesome in the third round. Somebody that I would have considered in the second round, maybe a little bit of a reach where the Ravens were picking, would be fantastic to get in the third round, even if he's not going to be an interior player. I think he offers maybe a little bit more left tackle versatility for the future.
So should we highlight a few players that we would be pleased with at 93 at this point, Ken?
Absolutely. Give me just a second.
On the board?
Rethinking this, and I'll go right to it.
Portuguese Brazilian. Good job there, Jake. You must watch some Portuguese soccer or something. That's a common name in Portugal, I believe.
I used to work at Disney. I did a Disney college program, and I knew a lot of people from Brazil. So that made sense for me. The Portuguese.
Very nice.
We got a linebacker from from Kentucky going to Carolina, Trevin Wallace. Was he on your board?
Player. Yes, he was number 10 on my board.
Okay.
Seems like we've entered the pick your flavor. I'm not too concerned with consensus value reaching at this point of the evening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The one guy I have that I think would be an outstanding corner selection if the Ravens want to double dip, and that's a position where, you always need more players, and you always need more talented players, and you're looking for that golden nugget in the sewer, in day 3 and whatnot. But I really like Haddon, who had a passer rating against this year of 7.0, just unbelievable across the board passing metrics against this year. So exciting player if they could get him.
For sure. So yeah, looking at the roster, the 53's starting to come together. Obviously, a long way to go. Probably see a few veteran additions, some UDFAs, and the rest of this draft class, obviously. But I feel like it's starting to come together. You don't really see any glaring holes. I personally would like an upgraded wide receiver 3 over Nelson Aguilar. But other than that, I mean, and obviously you got to flesh out the safety depth chart.
Oh, Cooper Beebe selected by Dallas. That hurts. That's definitely one of the good ones off the board.
They love offensive line in Dallas, so that's good.
Yeah,
good for them.
2 and 3 rounds for them. Yeah.
I do not envy Jerry Jones and whatever crony he has running their front office with probably 2 players that are both about to break the bank in both CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. So they're going to be in some pretty tight cap situations coming forward.
Got another introduction to make here. Jordan Coe just joined us. He's at the bottom of my screen of boxes. Help me out, guys. Is Jordan at the bottom of the 5 on the left side of the thing?
He is. He is at the bottom right now.
Yeah, he's at the bottom. Yeah.
You work here. Climb the ladder, Jordan. Climb the ladder.
That's right. Start at the bottom, man.
Bide your time. Climb the ladder, Bernsey. Yes. So, anyway, Jordan, really appreciate having you on. Jordan, a very frequent guest on the show. He did Ravens sit room with Gabe Ferguson, and outstanding analyst. Glad to have you.
What's going on, guys?
Splitting your time.
We're splitting a little time here, but we're all pretty happy about round 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, so far not too bad.
I really wanted Kingsley there, and to see him to get one pick later kind of stings a little bit.
He was the consensus guy that we wanted, I believe.
Maybe still
the Ravens had their choice, and so at that point it's like you got to go with their guy, right?
Sure. Yeah. What do you think of the pick, Jordan?
I liked it. Rosengarten, I think, is a good guy. Ken and I talked last night after the end of the first round, and one of the things we talked about was offensive linemen that fit the profile of kind of being able to have a good anchor, being able to mix some of those things in. Rosengarten is built that way. Plus, he has the athleticism. I think there's tremendous upside in him. If he's able to build out some of that strength that he's got to mix in with some of the athleticism that we've seen, I think there's really big upside there. I think that if he sticks at right tackle for his career, he's a guy that could play there for 10 years. That's a win in the second round, no matter what. Obviously, we want to look at this in the terms of 2024 and the Ravens winning a Super Bowl. But leaving that aside, if you can pick a guy that has a legitimate shot to be a starter for multiple contracts on your team, it's hard to be unhappy with that pick.
We found a way to be unhappy with it.
Shocker. With you guys, with you guys, I'm not surprised.
So the main thing is that, I think an interesting comp is that he is a little bit like Rick Wagner in being a shorter armed guy who makes do with his limited physical tools and could push guys past the pocket 12-6. Rosengarten is not exactly that because he's got an outstanding mirror, good lateral movement, just can't anchor to save his life. And he gets pushed around. And one of the really bad combinations you can have are short arms and a bad anchor. When you have that two going together, you get pushed around a lot as a pass blocker.
But a pick we haven't talked about yet is the one that just came through for Atlanta. Braylon Trice, a very high effort player from Washington, in my estimation, got picked by Atlanta. What do you guys think about that one?
He's okay. I not the helmet scout too much, but I was huge on Joe Tryon the year that the Ravens picked away, and he hasn't panned out too well. So I'm a little bit apprehensive about Huskies' edge rushers at this point.
I mean, where in the scheme of thinking about this as Ravens centric, where you guys, I assume you talked a little bit about where you want to see the Ravens going with this pick when they have it coming up. I assume edge probably wasn't on that list given the talent that there's at this position. So in that sense, this is probably a good thing for the Ravens.
Agreed with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, just for comparison's sake, looking at Dane Brugler's top 100, the Jaden Hicks was 39, Christian Haynes was 47, TJ Tampa 55, Dominic Puny 56, Jatavian Sanders 57, Troy Franklin 58. So those are potentially some of the better values still available at this point of the draft.
Yeah, let's color code a few of these in orange. Just who you guys want to be? I don't want to be the only color coder here, but I'm gonna move Pooney up to be a color coded guy potentially for pick number 93. Anybody in a high on Zinter and McCormick enough that either of them should be color coded? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Any tight ends?
Not for
Anybody
me.
think? Okay, Sanders would be.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. In terms of wide receivers, we're going to include Franklin and Burton on that group. Anybody else? A Walker, actually Tez Walker. I'm going to put on.
I put Walker.
Tez Walker, yeah.
I
Not
like
Roman
McMillan. To be honest, I do like McMillan a lot. So maybe I would put him on there.
Okay, so this is our opportunity to red star our players and just have who was happy with it, and then I'll know somebody was happy with that. I like Baker. It might be a little bit early for him, but I do like him. But I'm not going to put him on there in the third round. I guess either of these guys.
I'd toss Baker in the third round mix. I mean, there's still what 18 picks to go till we get to that round. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Adisa Isaac and Ellis both belong on the list at edge or not?
Definitely Isaac, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll defer to Brandon on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Inside linebackers. Is anybody willing to take an inside linebacker and go to the most productive college inside linebacker there was this last year in Wilson? He's an absurd 11 plus ratio of stops to missed tackles.
I don't know. The Ravens already kind of.
I mean,
they went that way already with last year.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Yeah. You'll take it?
I'll take it.
All right. He's your red star guy. There you go. Cornerback. It's too early for Haddon. I think he's an unknown commodity, but I think Tampa and Jackson could both go in the third round.
I really like Kyrie Jackson.
I think so.
Yeah.
Do you? Okay, good. Glad to hear that.
Love length in cornerbacks. Every inch counts, and when you just have when you're that much longer, he's 6'3" and can run. That's all that you gotta love that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm putting Kinchins on the board here in red. I do not want. I know he's high on a lot of people's board. He has an undraftable metric as far as I'm concerned at 13.9 yards per target allowed. He had 5 interceptions, and that's why everybody else is projecting things on his interception pool. My basic rule for you is, Kieran Amagaje off the board. Damn it!
Darn.
All right. So somebody taking the Yale tackle. That's unfortunate. Just to get back to Kinchins for a second, and 34 targeted on 34 passes, intercepted 5 passes, which is not necessarily 5 of the 6, but he intercepted 5 passes. 13.9 yards per target is that's up there with the highest receivers in this class, as being a great number. So it's a terrible number to have as your safety on the back end. And he came in as a very average athlete who didn't test well in the 40. It seemed to me probably his instincts are betraying a little him already a little bit at the college level for what his measurables and athletic talent is.
I also think Ken running back is sneaky for the Ravens here in the third. I know you guys are probably not going to like that. I know Voss is definitely not going to like that. But I think that if Corum slips, I think there are some guys that if the Ravens have a guy running back that they really like and he's there in the third, I could see them pulling the trigger on that. Henry could be a 1-year a 1-year thing. We don't know when Mitchell's coming back. If Henry's a 1 year, Mitchell's not projecting until 25. And they feel like they need that depth. I mean, I feel like the last 2 seasons would have gone very differently with 2 healthy, the top tier healthy starting running backs that the Ravens expected, all the way when you wind it back to 2022. If there's shades of that in the back of their memory, I could very well see them going running back in 93.
That's a really great point there, Jordan. And if you look at the number of geriatric running backs they brought in, including just this last year, Cook, Kenyon Drake had 1 touch and 1 fumble for the Ravens this last year. I mean,
explosive play for 40 fumble, right?
It was a hell of a play. And then,
it was a huge play.
Jonah Ellis off the board, so that I guess that covers whether or not he has to be on the Ravens board anyway. Jonah Ellis goes to the Broncos.
How about Booker? Would you guys be okay with Booker in 93?
Not really excited, honestly.
Okay.
But if you like him, I can highlight him.
I do like him. I do like him personally. I think he's got some untapped potential there as a part-time player. But, as a DPR or, you rotate, keep those guys fresh. Probably defensive line and outside back are probably the 2 heaviest rotation positions on the roster, on the field. Would you guys agree with that?
Yep. And that front 5 is what typically rotates. But in the case of Booker, he had a very high close rate this year, and I don't hate guys like that, but he didn't have that. The pressures at the bottom of the pyramid, so to speak, that lead up to your sacks. He didn't have really enough of those. And we, Voss, you and I talked this year about whether or not Matabike had that, or whether he was really benefiting from having a lot of first pressures from other players and just being a fine closer. And I think to a certain degree, he owes a lot of his money. He owes a lot of his new contract to Clowney and
yes, he does.
Others.
I don't know if you guys have talked about it, but our Brazilian friend has mentioned the running backs a couple times here, mentioning Jalen Wright if he slips to the Ravens in round 4, as well as Isaac Guerrero in round 5. Ken and I have talked about the running backs, and I like both of those guys a lot, and they would add speed necessary for the Ravens in 2024, considering that they do not likely have our guy
Mitchell.
Yeah,
Keaton Mitchell.
Keaton
I
Mitchell. It's tough without him.
I need to stick up for my friend Justice Hill for just a moment, because I think he's been slept on for years, maybe by the flock a little bit. I think he's a very competent NFL caliber player. But I like Jalen Wright. He's my number 1 back. So if they took it there, as much as I dislike taking devalue position in the top 100, I could stomach it.
Hill had a really bad pass blocking game in that last game against Kansas City. And if in a guy in his kind of role, though, you need a guy that can be a pass block running back in those kind of situations. That'd be my only red flag. I think otherwise you see a lot of juice out of him. There are a lot of great things. Look, he's going to be on the roster because he brings great special teams edge. The new kickoff rules are an interesting dynamic to kind of running back as a pick and running back as guys on the roster too, because I mean, obviously the Ravens adding the returner from Buffalo, but it's much more one cut running back kind of style runs that we might see on those kickoff returns. We might not. I mean, we need to let NFL coaches start to draw that up and let guys like John Harbaugh figure out what they want to do with those kind of things. But you could see a guy like Derrick Henry housing a ball when he gets one cut and then there's just not enough defenders back there. So is there a running back that the Ravens like in that kind of meld or that kind of mold as well? Interesting to think about.
Yeah.
We had somebody.
Sorry, go ahead, Ken.
No, you please.
Okay. So in that point, I do believe Jalen Wright is one of the running backs that has the better pass protection profile. So with what Voss is saying and kind of what our buddy Pedro is mentioning, Wright would be a very good player in the 4th round for the Ravens if he's the best player available. Right now, there's only 2 running backs gone. The Ravens have a ton of needs. Running back's a lower positional value. position. But Jalen Wright being a good pass protector, and I think he has some upside in the receiving game, could be a value in the 4th round.
So I added 2 running backs to the list, Irving and Davis, who are my number 11 and 12 guys. I did not figure running back to have all the picks in day 2, and I was kind of hustling to get my board updated with all the honorable mentions I'd identified for my top 10 shows. So I did that, made a few changes as well to the lower part of the boards, and they're there primarily at wide receiver, where their depth has already been challenged a little bit. But also at places like cornerback and particularly offensive tackle.
And the Ravens are on the screen again, so starting to get a little bit exciting again. Only 2 running backs taken through. What pick are we at? Does anybody have that in front of them? My screen just went to commercial break.
Is in right now, so 77 are down.
So 2 backs in the top 78. That's or at least top 77 is an indictment, not necessarily an indictment, but an indication of the level of talent of running back in this draft class.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try and do something fun here. I'd like anybody who's out there of players we do not have highlighted currently in orange. Who are your guys that you'd be good with drafting in round 3 for the Ravens? And give us a why also with that. It'd be nice if we could somehow get some people in with a plug to talk about their player, but I don't think we have time to do all that. So just, if you would, give us a couple of bullet points on why you like a guy that you would have added to the names we have out here.
A lot of love for Troy Franklin in the comments too, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And
I like him. I like him too.
absolutely. I talk about a value pick.
Yeah, he was a borderline 1st round pick through a lot of the mock draft season. So I think there's plenty of people around the football space in general, that are pretty high on Troy Franklin. So right now he does seem like a value in the 3rd round.
Jaden Hicks.
Got Jaden Hicks on from THY here. Troy Franklin, unreal value. Felix Billington says, love Hicks because I believe he'd be perfect in 2 high shell. That's good. That's a good reason there, Felix. Thank you. Sam Cogan also high on Hicks. Wow, a lot of love.
I'm on Hicks too, for sure. I'd be happy with him there. For what it's worth, the PFF flagship guys, Monson and Palazzolo, they had Franklin. They liked Franklin more than Brian Thomas. So
wow.
For whatever that's worth,
high.
Just throw that out there for consideration.
I will say, while we're talking about safeties, and I have my Georgia bias and understanding of the players, Tyke Smith, who is just 2 spots down for Ken, is somebody that I would really like, probably early in the 4th round. So maybe not today. I do think it's possible he goes in the 3rd round, but Tyke Smith does fit what the Ravens like to do. He's a very versatile player, probably more in the box type. When you're thinking of Chuck Clark and what he was able to do, Anthony Levine, I think that's kind of what Tyke Smith is, but he does have the speed and athleticism, as well as some ball skills to go along with it. So I do like him a lot as well.
Bullock off the board.
Like him as well. Oh, who came off the board?
Bullock. Kalen Bullock, safety.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Another good safety. I thought he would have been a good 2 high guy. Bullock.
Yeah. I want to talk about Franklin for a second, because there's something real special about him. He's a very tall guy. Probably he's a 4'4" guy. Turned 21 in February. That's real positive. 12.1 yards per target, but it's actually broken down even better than that. And this is going to the PFF yards per target on each various types of.
You're starting to cut out a little bit in and out, Ken. I'm sorry. That must be very frustrating for you.
Any better?
Okay. Try again. It was a touch better when you asked.
Check it again. Is that better?
Yes, that is better.
Am I better now?
Yeah, I think we're good
yes.
now. Yep.
Okay, so Franklin, despite being a tall, thin guy, has a very deadly combination and a high volume pairing of hitch routes and go routes, and that's something I really look for. That you want 2 complementary routes that sell alternatively at the top of the stem and make that defender make the wrong move. Not everybody runs every single round. I don't expect that out of Franklin, but that combination is extremely valuable. So he had 3 yards per route run, 3.32. Despite that being depressed significantly screen pass. So screen passes aren't helping his numbers at all, but very, very positive. So I'd be up for Franklin. I think he'd be a great value at 93 if he lasts that.
I don't know what you guys think of Matt Goncalves from Pittsburgh, but he just got picked by the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
He
on the list.
Kind of fits their mold. Braden Smith.
He was a guard for us. I guess he was a little bit down the list for you, Ken. Is that a good pick then for the Ravens?
He's I would think he would have been a round 4 guy probably as a guard or tackle. He's really a tackle who's moving to guard. Likelihood I would have been okay with him. I wouldn't have been excited. He's a guy.
Cincinnati's got their guy. I think they might go again for Walker.
TJ Hoosh. He had a good year for the Ravens.
I will say for Cincinnati,
drop that pass and
I'll never forget that pass. No way.
Sure. That was such a hard game. I was at that game too. That was such a hard one.
I would say for Cincinnati that it feels like they are in on Charlie Jones. I could be wrong here, but
Jermaine Burton's here.
Okay.
They have competition. They have competition at their wide receiver 3 right now. Wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3.
They don't have Taj Boyd. T. Higgins.
Yeah, Tyler Boyd. He's still unsigned, I believe, right? Boyd is still unsigned.
Still unsigned. Yep.
He's a nice player. Just again, we're talking about that slot redundancy. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for this team here.
I do believe Burton can be a Z or a slot. Even some people thought earlier in the chat they were talking about him being an X. So
they're pumped up about it.
Talented player with a ton of character concerns, if you want to call it that. So in the 3rd round, I think it's a value pick for Cincinnati, and they have a history with Georgia players. They just got Amarius Mims yesterday, and Jermaine Burton does know him from being with UGA for 2 years. And I know a lot of people kind of just view players through their final season or their final 2 seasons. However, Jermaine was at UGA for the first 2 years of his career.
Good point. After Pittsburgh and Cleveland make their picks here in a few moments, we should kick it around.
Sure.
AFC North rival that we think did the best so far or not.
It's fair. I'll put it like this. In my opinion, they all did good, especially Pittsburgh and Cincinnati.
I would say something, Ken, that would be pretty complicated to do, but maybe not too difficult, would be to color code our division rivals picks with different colors.
We can do that.
As far as yesterday goes, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati did a good job, in my opinion, getting Mims and Fatano with those 2 picks. Very talented offensive linemen. Ravens would have been interested in either of them at 30, in my opinion. And, they continue to take players off the board that might be fits in Baltimore. So
who did the Steelers draft today? Help me out with that, and
they took a center. They took
Powers, Frazier.
Frazier.
They took Frazier.
And they took an offensive tackle first round last year too. So they're really investing a lot in rebuilding that O-line.
They took Broderick Jones last year.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Another Georgia boy. It seems like the AFC North, other than Baltimore, knows how to pick Georgia guys, which is frustrating for me as a Ravens and a Georgia fan. But it is what it is.
All right, so let's see. Who did the Bengals pick? And they picked Mims in the 1st round.
Yes.
I wish you had this in a G sheet so we could help you out a little bit.
Now, that would probably make sense, but we don't.
We're gonna figure out a different color. That's fine. Yeah. You can do red. That's fine.
Okay, let's do that. And then they drafted
Chris Jenkins. Chris Jenkins in the second.
Yeah, defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Is there 2 picks so far?
Wait, they just picked again, right?
They just picked Jermaine Burton.
Yep. They just got Burton.
Okay.
He's right there.
Okay.
And then Cleveland's only taken Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle.
Right, they didn't have a first-round pick still for Watson.
Right.
Correct. Yeah.
And,
So, Jake, who's the best Bulldog in Ravens history? Ellerby?
No. The best Bulldog in Ravens history, non-drafted, is Roquan Smith.
Okay, what drafted? Who else is
Draft-
that? Musa Smith. Musa Smith was
The
Bulldog,
best,
wasn't he?
the best drafted Raven. Ellerby was undrafted, so the best drafted
Yeah,
Raven
true.
was probably, depending on what happens with Cleveland this year, and D'Angelo Tyson from years ago as a seventh rounder defensive tackle. Those are the best drafted players. Malcolm Brown, in his first 2 years with the Ravens, was a good UDFA wide receiver. Other than that, there's
Marlon Brown, right?
Marlon, sorry.
That's
There's very little connection between Baltimore and UGA. So that's something very frustrating for me. But, I love the Ravens. I've been a Ravens fan a little bit longer than I've been a Georgia fan. So my allegiance is to Baltimore first and to UGA second. So their history with Alabama, while it is frustrating now, was not frustrating years ago. And I always just want the best players for Baltimore. I do believe that UGA is producing some of the better players in the draft nowadays. So we'll see.
For sure.
Yeah.
The fullback,
you
LaRon
think it's,
McClain?
Ozzie?
LaRon McClain, too?
Ozzie doesn't like those SEC players, unless they're Bama boys.
Yeah, Ozzie likes the Bama boys for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely doesn't like LSU players too much. Besides,
I thought LaRon McClain was a Bama guy.
I'm just asking.
Yeah,
Shrimp Trawler said the fullback. I'm trying to think of who the fullback could be. I know Musa Smith was good, and then he was really the reason they
There we go.
implemented the
Haynes is off
horsepower
the board
tackle.
now.
Haynes is off the board.
Okay. Haynes
Went
is
to
finally
Seahawks.
off the board for the Seahawks.
Seattle. Okay.
But yeah, there are a number of Georgia players that the Baltimore Ravens have missed on. But, it just hasn't always lined up either. It's like the best Georgia players are going before Baltimore picks, and then there's a gap in between, and that's where the Ravens are picking. So
I can only laugh in a low voice at that comment about Cincy replacing Wilson with hip drop Wilson with NC State Wilson, Peyton Wilson.
All right. What is that? 9 more picks to go, right?
82 is up right now, so it's I guess it's 11 before the Ravens select.
Really be nice to get some bang for your buck out of day 2 on the draft. That's somewhere that the Ravens have historically maybe left some meat on the bone.
Tip Ryman of Illinois off, another tight end. That's definitely good news. He's really a blocking tight end. So that'll be an interesting one. Well, he does a lot of things, but he's a blocking guy.
are you specifically looking for a blocking tight end if the Ravens draft one?
I'll answer that first if you don't mind. I think the Ravens ought to take the opportunity to find the next undrafted guy they like, who's an enormous athlete, to make into a fullback. Doesn't have to come from a fullback background from college. Could be an offensive lineman, defensive lineman, whatever. The next Patrick Ricard, I'd call it.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense with me. How do you guys feel? I know Voss already mentioned this earlier. I don't think you really commented on it, Ken, about a player like Jaheim Bell, which might have some redundancy with Isaiah Likely as a run after the catch player at tight end that kind of doesn't really fit the mold of your average tight end in today's NFL.
I'd like them to have a plan if they did something like that. Like if they're going to trade either of the two, no problem. I actually would not pull the trigger until after a trade had been made because I think they actually would reduce the trade value of either the tight ends if they were doing it.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's I think it's a tightrope they're walking there because they will want a guy to come to camp and be another big body for them or be another tight end that they can have like they did with Vokalek last year. But anybody they have, they're almost like they're grooming him for somebody else because he's head of the practice squad, whoever it is.
They're pumping
Completely
these picks
agree
out
with
right now.
that.
No, I think Johnny Wilson's the best tight end for Florida State.
Johnny Wilson would be cool.
His hands, I don't trust his
still
hands.
as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Do you see him as a tight end, Voss, or do you see him as a wide receiver still?
I mean, he can't block like a tight end. I'll tell you that. To me, his hands are just too inconsistent to rely on. We've seen Lamar shy away from guys that doesn't trust his hands. Hey, Ken, there's an interesting comment from Vinny here about 3 up. 28% of the picks have been O-line through 82. That's
there we go.
Wow.
We have
Corum just came off the board.
The third running back off the board. I did not have him that high. I know Ken
I
had him pretty high. I am happy with that pick because I kind of feel like he was an all-around back that was kind of in no man's land. Meaning he's not going to be a goal line back and he's not a speed player. He's kind of an every down guy, but doesn't have too many characteristics that are special. So that's just my
I think he's just a solid back. I think he's a nice one cut back. He runs. He's not a power back, but he runs with real good balance.
Good contact,
and fights through contact. Doesn't have great breakaway speed, but I think he's just a solid running back. I mean, he's a good split carry guy. With Kyron out there.
Kyron was awesome last year.
Yeah, he really was. They were a different team with him in there than.
I think he's a good change of pace back for him, but I do believe most people were probably projecting Corum to go to the other LA team, which would be the Chargers.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do have an issue.
He didn't regain his explosion post the injury 2 years ago. That's the biggest knock on him.
Go ahead, Ken.
Another big knock I would say is that he's a lousy pass blocker who tries to make his living on receiving as well, and so it's not a good combination at the NFL level. One of the reasons I'm very lukewarm on the Henry deal, generally speaking, in terms of bringing a veteran running back for big money like that. But one of the things the Ravens get out of it is a guy who can certifiably pass block, and is a very big hidden bonus from the Henry signing that I'm looking forward to seeing this year. And I thought Justice Hill was actually pretty good at that. Justice Hill knows how to attack a block at least. It didn't work out in that AFC Championship game, it's true, but for the regular season, he didn't have a bad blocking year.
Agreed with that. I feel like
Anthony
Justice has definitely
has an
grown
interesting
in his
comment.
career. Go ahead. Sorry, boss. Go ahead, man.
No, Anthony has an interesting comment here. I kind of like that idea. The question is, what tackle could be, potentially a value here at 93. But that's a common Ravens phenomena, as you said, Anthony.
Okay, Roman Wilson. Now, there's a wide receiver we really haven't talked about. Nobody really wanted him put into. Let's see if I got that right. I think that's right. Nobody wanted him put onto the list of the oranges that I saw up there. So we're probably pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
But he goes to Pittsburgh, which means he'll be 1,000-yard receiver.
Exactly. Obviously, Pittsburgh knows what they're doing with the receiver position. So
yeah, they really do. We need to get number 3 in charge of scouting for the Pittsburgh and help us find some receivers.
Yeah, I do feel like Baltimore's on the right track with it, but there's no doubt that Pittsburgh has been leaps and bounds ahead of Baltimore throughout the career.
If you look at who they picked,
probably the league. Yeah.
They just take more picks though.
They do. They do take more shots.
I don't think their hit rate is significantly better than most. They just take more swings. You can look through their draft listing. They've missed a lot of receivers too. They just keep swinging away until they get it.
Yeah, that could be it.
Anders, you are correct. One more year at Patrick Ricard. Vinny, I thought of this a little bit, but I 28% of the picks have been offensive line through pick 82, and then you think about it, and it's 28 and or 82 divided by is 34%, and they are 5 of the 22 positions. So that is a little above that. That's about a 50% premium. So obviously, we've seen the big premium and offensive tackle play out. We haven't really seen it at guard yet. I don't think so. The guards are just about on pace or interior offensive linemen with only 6 players selected so far.
It looks like there's 7 picks before Baltimore, not including Cleveland, that is about to be announced. Is there anybody that would be worth trading up for at this point?
Good question.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, I could see a trade up for Franklin potentially.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think you're probably sticking pick range. And Jaden Hicks is really staring at me at the moment.
Hicks, how do you feel about Wilson? I mean, at the end of the 3rd round, Peyton Wilson, he just for whatever reason hasn't been picked. He's a 4.4 whatever guy, right? He's below 4.5 in his 40-yard dash, correct?
He's
super athletic,
very good.
inside
That's
linebacker.
43 after the ACL.
I think it's the injury.
Just against the position in
he's
general. I'm just against the position.
Okay. And in interior offensive line, we got Mahogany and Pooney still, maybe Zach Zinter, and then you have Ramon Foster. Who else at offensive tackle? I can't really see past that. Jones.
Offensive tackle's been picked pretty clean at this juncture, in my estimation.
So Voss, you're telling me that right now wide receiver is your preferred pick at 93? Yes.
100%.
And Ken, where are you still right now?
I'm looking at Mahogany, but I think Franklin is better value right now. There's multiple safeties that could work for them, so I don't think I would draft a safety at Franklin, certainly. And as much as I like Wilson, if there's a way you could get him at 113, I'd be really excited about trying to weasel that out instead of picking him at 93.
What about you, Jordan?
I think Pooney is the guy that I would want here. Keep building that offensive line depth. Get a guy in there that can swing, maybe in a couple different spots. Guy that we've heard a lot about, connected to the Ravens too.
Do you feel like he is an immediate competition player at guard that probably starts, or do you just feel like he's a 6th or 7th offensive lineman at this point?
I mean, that's a really good question, especially given the way the Ravens have deployed Makari and their willingness to have guys that they're willing to move in and out and let be that. I mean, I think they're going to throw everybody into the pile at the start of training camp and see who comes out in terms of guard. I think obviously they've got a lot of confidence in Cleveland and Voorhees based on just everything that we've seen them do up to this point, in particular trading Morgan Moses. I think you don't trade your tackle unless you think he's done or you really trust the guys that are coming in behind him. So I think they're going to get their shots, but to me, it's like, throw everybody into the pile and take what comes out of it. We've seen the Ravens do that at guard, let guards be guys that'll start from the beginning of the year. Ben Grubbs is the guy that comes to mind. Sometimes the Ravens seem super hesitant to let certain players start right away, but maybe a guard they're willing to give it a shot.
How about a trade down from 93? Do we like? I mean, if Franklin, let's assume Franklin is not there, who I think a lot of us would take at that spot. If somebody offers the Ravens a trade down of 10 or 15 picks, are we willing to do that and draft 3 times or 4 times, probably in the 4th round?
I personally would love a lot of picks in the 4th round, but I do know that the hit rate's not super high. What do you guys feel about it?
Zach Zinter off the board. Sorry to cut you guys off.
Yep. Very good.
Yeah. Now EDC's talked about how, the number of draftable players is a lot less this
Good
year
point.
than it is in the past.
Yep.
Do you think, if they do trade down, do you think they maybe trade down for a pick next year and, and something like that? I think that's certainly an option. I think if Troy Franklin's there, that's just too good of a value pick. I'm kind of warming up to Jalen Wright being a potential pick, there also. For 4.4 speed, with that's a nice thunder and lightning with Derek, and Devontae Walker, another guy I'd be interested at that position too. But yeah, if all three are there, I'd still take Troy Franklin if he were there though.
Right. If it did come down to running back and Wright is available, it would honestly be a lightning and lightning combo in 2025.
Yeah.
What do you guys feel about Derrick Henry and his potential to be on the roster in 2025? Is it too early to kind of predict if he's on the roster?
It depends
I
how he
would say
plays
it's too
this
early.
coming year.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's too early, right?
Circling back to Ken's question.
Go ahead. Mhm.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying,
traded.
yeah,
Sorry.
I think it's too early. They certainly structured it so that they could be out of they could get out of the deal by next year if things don't go well. But I think they also left there is some room to keep him on there if he succeeds and plays well. So, but you're also he's a freak of nature, but you're talking about a big power back that's had a ton of carries, getting up into what, 32 next year. So that's a scary proposition, no matter how well he plays this year, because these power backs, they don't go down a hill. They fall off a cliff.
Exactly.
Niners traded up.
Yeah.
Very well said.
Niners
Circling
traded
back to Ken's point about trading down, can we do the Rashadi reign of terror where you trade a third for a second next year and keep moving on up? I also wanted to get Fraser's thoughts on the next pick, who he's looking at.
No, I just wanted to say Niners traded up and they took Puny
It's
tackle.
a big loss.
Yeah.
Or sorry.
Hey, shout out again to everybody who is watching this. The panelists, we're all having fun. We're watching this thing, but you guys are adding a ton to the show by catching mistakes, telling me when the sound is not working out, coming up with great questions and great input on this. And we want to be as interactive as possible. So if you think a player should be color-coded in a different way, if you think there's another thing you want to see on the board color-coded, I'm really digging the way this has become kind of a central part of our way of doing it. Kind of like we're all working from the same table of food or the buffet here at the same point that I kind of like. But I also don't want to hog the rankings of people. So anyway, color coding is a good way to offset that, how I have the players ranked. Thanks, boys. Really appreciate it.
I think there was a comment about trading a third for a second next year. I think where the Ravens are in the draft, that's not feasible. A third for a third that might be earlier next year to maybe then be a late second, it would really be your only possibility here. So, I don't hate a trade down, but at some point the roster gets pretty full here for the Ravens too. If you look at it, they've already got 62 guys under contract. If you look at their list of their top 51, outstanding of maybe some guys that I've never heard of, like Hallman and Roy, Christian Matthew, even John Ross probably has a crack at the roster. There are a lot of names already in that top 51 that are going to have legitimate shots at being able to play this year. I think a trade back, given that, doesn't make a lot of sense into this year. A trade back into next year is a different story. I think we see a lot of guys coming off the roster potentially in 2025. Maybe you want to save those spots for being able to play then.
Yeah.
So the next 5 picks. You have 2 Green Bay picks and 2 Tampa Bay picks, and both of them are pretty well stocked at receiver. So maybe Franklin does get there.
Or maybe they trade one of them
Cardinals
with
could be-
somebody who's a wide receiver needy team.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
Cardinals
Philly
should be
seems
pretty-
like they're in a good shape.
Stop being negative, Ken.
Okay, I'm sorry. We got to do this because we had 2 questions on this. Can we explain the color coding? Let's do it real quickly. Green drafted on day 1 already. Blue drafted on day 2, with the exception that purples are the Ravens picks, blacks are the Steelers picks, reds are the Bengals picks, and browns are the Browns picks. And the only other color we should have out there right now is an orange. And those are guys that we're looking for. Somebody has kind of red starred among the panelists or among the audience who they would like to see the Ravens draft at number 93. So we're looking to be interactive here. So if you got people to add to these, or their Boyce or Stephen, who just asked about the color coding, please add your guys to the list, and we'll color code them and ask you why.
And then Ken, I believe the yellow would be expected picks today.
That's right. They were expected round 2 selections, actually. So Sanders and Rattler did not make it. Spencer Rattler, boy, he's been in his green room seems like he's been in college for about 11 years for starters. Rattler. The guy's just been he's taken so much abuse.
If he makes it to the 4th or 5th round, what round is appropriate for the Ravens to take a shot on a backup quarterback?
Good question.
I would sixth at the very earliest.
6? I believe Ken's higher. Where are you, boss?
I think I'd be 5th. I think 5th is a good range.
5th round, yeah.
Okay.
Ken?
If the Ravens, generally speaking, know what they're doing, if they did it in the 5th round, particularly with they have an end of the 5th round pick, I wouldn't be terribly upset about that. But I think more than likely they could get their guy in a UDFA, because they're going to have some guy who's got very specific stylistic fit to the Ravens. That's what the Tyrod actually they drafted, right?
Yes, Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod was in the
Tyrod Taylor was a 6th round pick.
6th round.
I believe.
Yeah. It was a 6th. Yep, out of E-Tech.
We just got another pick from Dallas, Leah Fowl from Notre Dame. How do you guys feel about that? He's a little bit further down the list for you.
Wilson.
Yeah,
I mean, I did like him. He's a guy we watch a lot on Notre Dame. We watch with Maureen a lot because she's that's her alma mater. But Leofau, very long-armed guy. He almost, if you think about how odd Latu looks like for the edge position, Leofau looks like that for the inside linebacker position. His body type is unusually tall and long for the position. Maybe the best guy I could compare in the NFL right now is Edmonds.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
exactly
the name I would think of for lanky.
Dallas should have taken Rattler to gain a little bit of leverage in the Prescott negotiations. That's what I would.
They already got Lance.
Yeah,
they already got Lance.
That's true. They do have Lance. I forgot.
I mean, this pick is interesting for the Ravens coming up because, I mean, I know they haven't been great in the 2nd round, but the Ravens have been pretty good in the 3rd round over the past few years. I mean, Trent Simpson looks like a guy that could really be contributing. Travis Jones, obviously going back to 22, is a total home run. Ben Cleveland and Brandon Stevens in 21, both potential starters as we head into this year. Matabike, extension, Duvernay, Pro Bowler, Malik Harrison, contributor. I mean, obviously a miss on Tyree Phillips. Then, going back from there, not as good, but Mark Andrews and Orlando Brown in 2018 too. So, I mean, we should be looking closely here. The Ravens have been able to make a lot of hay at this point in the draft and have been picking right around this part of the 3rd round when they do so.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You go back a long way. You go back a long way. Webb and Yonda in that round as well. Who
them too.
Ravens greats.
Oh, there we go. We got another running back off the board here for the Green Bay Packers, Marshawn Lloyd. He was my 4th running back, also Ken's 4th running back. Talented player.
So Wright is still on the board right now for both of us. I had him. I think we both had him at number 2, right? We had a 1 and 3 split.
We did. Yeah, we split 1 and 3. We flipped them, and Wright was the same for both of us.
Well, Donna Ponte is in good shape to make all these trips out to the podium so quickly. I'm serious. She's wearing a track through that floor right now.
We are 3 picks away outside of what is about to be announced.
Ooh, here's a
with
big
the
one.
Buccaneers.
Tyke Smith off the board. Safety goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I mentioned him as a possibility for the third round. I love my Georgia guys.
Just looking at this board tells you where NFL exact value players right now.
Mhm.
Just at the volume, at tackle, at receiver, at corner.
Talented guy. Yep, talented.
Good point.
It's a good point, Frazier. It really is in terms of it looks like there's been a move to more of the passing impacting positions on earlier in the draft. So you offensive tackle, cornerback, edge, and wide receiver, and quarterback for that matter. You had 6 quarterbacks off the board.
Right.
Tight end, running back, linebacker have taken a hit.
Yeah, it is a little surprising that we haven't had a 7th quarterback yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially in the third round.
It's a supply and demand. It's supply and demand, right? There's more body types that are linebacker and running back size. So it just naturally becomes a more replaceable position.
I do like Chris Abrams Drain a good bit. I don't know that I want to put him orange right now, considering we only have a couple picks till Baltimore picks. But in the 4th round, I think he would be an orange for me.
I'm sorry, guys. Did TJ Tampa already get taken?
No,
he's still there.
Okay, still there. Okay, and Kyrie Jackson is still there.
Yeah,
Cardinals
Okay,
selection is
there,
being
too.
made right now.
Wow,
She's off.
They don't have anyone else.
Okay, now this is interesting. Elijah Jones of Boston College. Now, I've certainly heard the name, but he's not a guy that was anywhere near my top 10.
Wow.
Good for us.
That is
That's all I'm saying.
Good.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I am surprised that TJ Tampa is still available at this juncture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when you get to this point, there's some guys that are just hanging out there. You just kind of have to assume that there's, something popped up in an MRI scan or something that we're just not privy to.
Right.
Brandon Stevens was
That
third
is how
round,
the
right?
Ravens got. That's really how the Ravens got Mark Andrews and Orlando Brown, though. Thinking about third rounders that drifted back. Brown obviously with his weight. Andrews questions potentially about whether or not his health would factor in as an NFL player. So the Ravens obviously in the third round willing to take a chance on some of those guys. Matabike had some health issues too that flagged him. There were some people that liked him in the second, even into the late first, early in that year. And something came up in that process that flagged him. So the Ravens were able to catch him in the third too. So maybe they take one of these guys that, go true best player available, right? Like if the Ravens really like TJ Tampa, I wouldn't hate the pick in terms of corner. It gives you options and leverage with Brandon Stevens, et cetera, if they love him.
Yeah. I was just going to say
No,
that.
I think
Voss this question. Yeah. Go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry.
No, I was about to say they take Tampa here. I think we're saying goodbye to either Pepe or
Stevens.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I think
it could be Armour Davis, is what he's saying.
No,
yeah,
Brandon.
I'm thinking Armour Davis. Yeah.
Well, that's just this year, but I think it could mean that they might end the Humphrey era earlier.
And I think it absolutely means goodbye to
Yeah.
Stevens and free agency. Yeah.
I already think that Humphrey is on kind of thin ice. If he has a great year, he'll be extended. If he doesn't have a great year, then Nate Wiggins becomes the corner one on this team. Yeah.
Okay, guys, quick exercise. We're at commercial here. Put in your top 3 picks. And what I'm going to say is just put them over on the right in order. 1, 2, 3 guys you want, since there's 3 picks remaining till the Ravens go. Anybody else who wants to participate from the audience, jump right in there too. Give me your top 3 guys in order, and we'll kind of compare these here.
Does it have to be 3? I have 4.
Troublemaker.
I could do 4 as well. 4 makes it easier.
Hey, cheat however you want, guys. I'm not the rule maker here. I'm not your mama. Seems to be a very strong majority of Franklin being number 1 here. We've entered some groupthink, and there's a lot of Hicks on the board I'm seeing in at least one of the spots, and a fair amount of Mahogany as well is the name I'm seeing. Got Colin Cordes. You come in with a McCormick, who's an interesting guy. I think they might be able to get him at 113 now, and Mustafa. Anybody else have some interesting?
All right, I'll put mine in.
I'll be interested to hear.
Oh yeah,
thoughts on
Baker.
Mustafa.
Actually, Baker is a very good additional one to put on there too. I didn't do it, but I might have changed one if I had just scrolled down the screen a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Baker, but I just like Franklin and Walker more for this pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
For some reason, I'm thinking running back.
Yeah. Who wants to go first?
I was saying I'd be interested to hear thoughts on Mustafa after we finish this exercise, because gaining some buzz is play like a Raven kind of guy, but I'm not sure his skill set is necessary at this point.
Is there any overlap between Mustafa and Tyke Smith that already got picked?
I think Mustafa's just a hitter. He's Bernard Pollard. What's the other?
Just your
was that from
strong
LSU?
safety.
But he's a strong
what
safety.
about Deshaun Elliott? Deshaun Elliott replacement.
I'd rather have somebody that excels in coverage than run defense, to be honest
A
with
hitter, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just saying that he feels like a Deshaun Elliott type player. Wouldn't you agree that?
Yeah, no.
Elliott was more.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
He's the one that he leveled
the
Derrick
issue-
Henry way back when, if you guys remember.
Wow.
Joker.
Hopper?
We just got a player that's not on our board right now, Tyron Hopper from Missouri, linebacker. I don't know if you want to put him on there.
Yeah, sure, we'll do.
That does help Baltimore. We're only a pick.
All right, let's do
after
these.
Tampa.
Let's do these lists here. Fraser or you want to tee us up?
Yeah, sure. I have Walker at 1, solely because I think he's not as crisp of a route runner, but Franklin is more so of a one-trick pony, and I think Walker has more of all-around capabilities to have a higher ceiling than Franklin. And then I think Isaac, if he's available there at edge, would definitely be a pick that I want, just so we can have more depth going into camp.
Okay, but this is the last selection right now. Saponte is back to tell us who the Buccaneers selected.
Tampa.
And it's
is
Jalen McMillan of Washington. So definitely third receiver left for me.
I like
Wide
him a
open
lot.
for the Ravens.
He was on my
Yeah, this is a good spot.
list of 4,
Wow.
but I think the Ravens have a good option here.
This might be too many options.
Yeah,
Finish off your list,
this
Jake.
really
Who
might
else
be
you
a
have
trade
above?
back, yeah.
So my list was Franklin, Mahogany, Adiza Isaac, and Jalen McMillan. Obviously, McMillan is gone, so I mean you got an option of 3 right now. With Frank. Yep, go ahead, Ken.
Real quick, do you trade back here? And we're going to know in just a second. That's the reason I'm cutting you off here. But this card is either going to be in very quickly, and the Ravens are going to have their selection, whoever it is, or they're going to be fielding calls trying to trade back right now. Would you do it?
7, 8. There's 8 picks right now, still in the 3rd round. I would trade back if I can and stay in the 3rd round.
If you could get a future 3rd round pick, I think it's a no brainer.
They might give up their receiver though.
They
might be giving up the receiver they want right now.
I'm taking Troy Franklin right now. That's my move. Fortune favors the bold. So my list is Franklin 1, Hicks 2, Walker 3, Tampa 4. If anybody else wants to give us their wish list.
I don't think they're going to make a trade.
I
I'm
got
with you, Voss.
Franklin. Yeah, I got Franklin, Wright, Tampa, and Walker as my top 4. Yeah.
Yeah, picks in.
Yeah.
Picks in. Yeah, I was just making a
All
joke.
right.
So, do we think it's a wide receiver before they announce it? Is it a
I
wide
do.
receiver, an edge, an interior offensive lineman, or a corner, or a safety? I don't know.
Receiver.
A receiver.
I think it's a receiver.
I think it's receiver or right.
So if it's a receiver,
course it's
I think it's
commercial.
got to be one of Franklin, Walker, or Baker. I don't think there's any
Yes,
doubt about that. If it's another position, I guess I could see the most likely being Hicks or Mahogany would be the other two.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the most likely others that Phil needs. I actually think I don't think it'll be Wilson as much as I think he's really been undervalued to this point. Just isn't the greatest matchup with what the Ravens exactly need.
Is there any potential that it's an edge rusher?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
potential.
That's what I was thinking.
What would you put the odds at for Adisa Isaac or Booker?
Okay, guys, want to all put your thing in here as your position and percentage chance, and then we don't have to go around the horn to do it.
Sure. For Isaac.
All right. I was going to say this guy has the same picks as me, but I mine is doubled with the Facebook and the YouTube output.
Is that up to 100? Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
Anthony, you're saying, I hope, offensive line and not just offensive tackle, right? Because there aren't very many offensive tackles left on the board, or pure offensive tackles. I'm guessing that's a general offensive line call there. Okay, Juana, we got you. I think we're pronouncing your name because it's got to be Juana Smoke, right? So it's not Juana Smoke.
Juana Smoke.
I remember having baseball cards and having like a players that were like Juwan in the 1971 set and not knowing how to pronounce it correctly.
The shot, 100% edge rusher. That's a bold take there.
Dang. Wow.
Hold him through that.
So let's see what everybody had. Brazier had wide receiver at 65%, edge at 25%, and offensive line at 10%.
Yep.
Voss had wide receiver at 50%, safety at 20%, outside linebacker at 20%, 5% at running back. Okay, we haven't really seen that. And 5% at interior offensive line. And I had wide receiver at 60%, edge at 25%, and interior offensive line at 15%.
Here it is.
All right, the four horsemen of the apocalypse are up to make the pick here.
This boy's got big.
Yeah.
Come on. Same school, right? Oregon. Let's get Oregon. Another duck.
Adisa Isaac of Penn State. So there we go with an edge.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Good value.
Fair enough.
Good value right there.
Ahead of me.
Fair enough.
I put edge at 25%.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. That means the Ravens are not super confident in what they have at edge rusher outside of Owe and Kyle Van Noy, in my opinion.
Specifically Ojabo, yeah.
Yeah, you're basically asking the question about David Ojabo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprised Franklin has lasted this long. I'm going to sound a little bit of a concern about wide receiver corpse next year at this point, not getting any in the first 3 rounds. There are still some vets. Michael Gallup is potential. The Ravens had hosted him on a visit. Also, Kyle Van Noy, when picking his jersey number, made mention that potentially Odell Beckham reunion is potentially still possible. So I do think at this point, I would like to see Eric DeCosta bring in another receiver to solidify that position a little bit further and prepare themselves for 11 personnel when necessary. I know they're going to probably have 12 as their base, but you still need to have that curveball or that troubleshooter club in your golf bag.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Van Noy, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, like, I really wanted them to see Bateman get a good long look as a starter and, try to maximize him with reps because, like, last year he shared a lot of reps with Odell. So I'd be happy with a rookie that's, maybe has potential or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think Odell would be a valuable backup. But I'd really want to see Bateman get the lion's share of the snaps as a 2 receiver.
The problem the Ravens have at the receiver position is that they don't give them time to develop on field. And this is just not a receiver. I think with a lot of the rookies that don't pan out, they just don't give them the opportunity to, and they bring in a veteran to overshadow them and kind of take away those reps. And I don't think we can do that with Bateman because he has the potential to be a number 1 or a number 1B. With Zay Flowers, and I think bringing in Odell would just stunt that growth even more because technically he would be his backup, but they're just going to try and pick up where they left off last year with chemistry and just getting him the ball and trying to make him an impactful player in every single game. So I think
I would absolutely hate that, Frazier. I'm with you.
Yeah, just giving him the opportunity and Bateman just no doubt in his mind that the team is behind him 100%. Have Aguilar be that solidified number 3 with Tylan Wallace and whoever they bring in throughout the draft.
Real quickly, I'd like to go to my scouting report on Isaac if we can here for a second. Give other people's comments about the pick that was just made. So 6'4", 247, 33 and 7/8" arms. Had outstanding testing for explosiveness and a 4.7, 4.40. Now, I had a second round debate on the guys. They're getting him in the 3rd round, so I've got to consider this good value. He's a guy who has to win with his hands and his length because he's not as big as a lot of outside linebackers can be. He doesn't have obvious Sam characteristics. I didn't think, but he did drop to coverage 11.7% of the time as his last year at Penn State, and had solid results there at 6.5 yards per target. So that's a guy you can maybe trust to drop some tight ends and give pass rush some flexibility to get home from somewhere else, which is something that Ravens have done a lot during their history. Now, one thing that's not good to be that tall and have good arm length and whatnot. He's only got 1 batted pass in college. And when I see something like that out of a guy who plays on the edge, I'm thinking he may not be as aware in the screen game as we would like. So it may be a guy, and you don't see ever nearly enough reps, but when I see that kind of a statistical anomaly, I say there's a possibility he's not picking it up on the screen passes and getting into position to knock a ball down there.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way the edge room is looking right now. We have it led by Van Noy and Odafe Owe, and then you have Ojabo, Tavius Robinson, and now Isaac. I think this is looking out to round out better than we came in with the 2024 for sure.
Yeah, I think it's good youth added to the position. Definitely could still add a veteran in there, but
and I'm forgetting Ham as well, Malik Ham.
I
like
think
him
you're
as
gonna have good effort in that outside linebacking room. Dwayne Carter just got picked. Ken, if you want to fill that in for the IDL. So yeah, talented group in Baltimore. Still definitely some room for growth, but you have Owe, you have Kyle Van Noy, you have Isaac, and you have Ajabo. So as well as Ham. I think 3 of those guys will be pretty solid in 2024. And if that's
and
the
Malik
case,
Harrison. Malik Harrison as a run defender as well.
Harrison as a run defender absolutely helps. So, and he's under contract for this year and maybe next. So that's a good thing as well.
Yeah, it just feels like it was the best player available for the Ravens. I don't view this as them saying that Ajabo is anything or isn't. This was just the guy they liked. I mentioned it earlier. They've hit on 3rd round picks. They like when you're in this part of the draft, you're taking the guys that you like. Otherwise, they probably would have been trading back anyway, or they couldn't find a partner to do it. I don't think you're looking at 3rd round picks and saying, "Hey, we're taking this guy here because we think he's coming in and is going to contribute at a significant level in any way." And any team that's doing that is getting fool's gold. In terms of, the Ravens are the best at this of any team in the league. And I don't think they rarely have those kind of expectations. Even the 3rd rounders I mentioned earlier, none of them were primed when they came in to be guys that the Ravens were saying, oh, they have to be. Yeah,
No
I don't think we
plug and
expected
plays.
Brown and Andrews to be what they were as rookies.
Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with you. Like, kind of what I kind of say is, your 1st round pick is for a guy that you want that's going to play right away. Second round on down, those are players for next year. Like, they're going to get in. You hope to get them in rotation wise, but expecting them to be starters day one is, that's a tall order for anybody in any team.
And especially for a Sam and the Ravens, in the Ravens defensive scheme, I think that's a lot for a rookie.
Takes time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have Sean Asher mentioning Tavius Robinson. We didn't really talk about him, but definitely he is part of the equation here. He looks pretty good as a rookie, in my opinion, and
I like Tavius.
I think he'll continue to develop. So definitely,
I like him as a run stopper on early downs. He looks he's a little raw on the pass rush, and I wonder if he can, how much he can develop that. So,
and I think that's definitely due to him being, like I've talked about this weekend a lot, rookies going into the full year of now 17 games. I think just all that time consistently working has took some wear on his body. So now that he's going to have a full NFL offseason to take some time, rest, recuperate, his explosion should be probably on a different level this year. I expect that from Tavius Robinson because he started coming on strong at the end of the year, especially towards the playoffs and playing meaningful minutes for us.
Yeah.
Where were you guys on Adisa Isaac in comparison to Braylon Trice?
So you can see I had Isaac higher than Trice.
Yes.
So you're not asking me.
Yeah. I had Isaac higher also.
Okay. That's good.
Like I thought Isaac was, borderline 2nd, early 3rd. And Trice was like 3rd, later 3rd, maybe even 4th round guy. So yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with the pick. Like, it's, you can never have too many pass rushers, and you always want to be developing them.
I wouldn't be
surprised.
surprised.
I like how this draft is shaped up overall for the Ravens. I mean, they've hit in, guys that we all like. They've hit in all the areas that would have been in that kind of top 3 or 4. that you would have picked as
Mhm.
gaps for the Ravens coming into this? You got to be pretty happy, and they got 6 more picks here, right? You know, if they do have diamonds in the rough that they want to go after, they've got plenty to come.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Want to make a comment here about it, just Isaac. I'm looking at the consensus big board. I haven't done this so far in the draft, but maybe for some of the rest of the way we'll do this. Isaac was a consensus mocked all the way up at number 66. So early in the third round, the Ravens got him at 93. So Ravens again hit on pretty good value here. And defensive tackle McKinley Jackson of Texas A&M just came off and went to the Bengals.
So 2 DTs for Bengals.
They are trying to bulk up there.
They lost. Who did they lose this offseason?
Reader?
Yeah.
Yeah, DJ Reader. Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens go cornerback in the 4th round again. If value is there.
Yeah, I agree that could definitely happen, but wide receiver might be the value there.
Would you want to see them trade up for anybody? You move up 10 picks or so in the 4th?
I think if Franklin and Walker are still there, yeah, they probably have to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
But I also do see them trading out of the 6th or the 7th round. Back to the notion that they were saying that there's not that many draftable players this year. If they really stick to that ideology, I think then yes, they'd probably trade out and probably get some picks out of it.
Yeah. Start that Bashotti reign of terror too.
Okay, I think this is really
Exactly.
I think this is worth going over here real quickly. I'm looking at the consensus mock and where players were drafted. So Wiggins was the consensus 23 overall, drafted at number 30. Rosengarten was consensus 83, drafted at 62. So that's a big reach for the Ravens on Rosengarten. And Isaac was a consensus 66, drafted at 93. So I guess they made up for it with that pick. You reorder those 2 selections, it definitely doesn't look as bad. The Rosengarten strictly a demand-based function. I'm not really blaming the Ravens for it, given the run that was on left tackles, but it wasn't a great value pick.
Yeah, that's where you just have to draft for need and hope for the best.
Yeah, but you might end up with a day 1 starter in Rosengarten, depending on who wins out that competition with Falele. So
he was also a late riser when it comes to mock drafts. So I don't know how that factors in, but in terms of consensus, some guys willing to move some people up, other people being kind of stuck in wherever their rankings were.
They have the late move on there. It's like the move since last week, and Rosengarten was a +2 to get him to 83.
I mean, that's not a move.
Well, that's what.
I mean, there were definitely some people that were saying that he could be early second, so, and again, not commenting, on anything in particular, just kind of saying that I think that consensus for fast or late risers, it could be harder to measure.
Yes, I agree with that.
And boy, I just realized this. I totally forgot. So the Ravens have the 13th pick in the 4th round. So
right,
they really don't need to move. Maybe 6 or 7 spots,
3 or 4 spots,
move up to get but not a 15 spot potential drum. So yeah.
I'm with you, Steve, on that comment about Glaze, by the way.
Do you guys think that tight ends will go in the 4th round?
Yeah, I think that's probably where the value is for running backs and the tight ends.
So we got 4 running backs all today with potential for another one. And then the rest of them falling tomorrow.
Okay, let's get some orange on the board in terms of who we want the Ravens to draft at 113. They don't have another pick left here, so Peyton Wilson just got taken off the board. Not a complete shock, I think we'd have to admit. But who do you want at 113? Because I think I would add McCormick in at 113 as a guy I'd be reasonably happy to get. Still can't believe Mahogany hasn't gone yet.
Mm-hmm.
Who else am I?
I would put Jalen Wright on there.
Yeah, I would too. I agree.
Yeah.
I
also like Kyrie Jackson.
Kyrie Jackson. Okay, he's on there.
Yeah.
I'll take at 130 for sure. I'll take Haddon, but I think at 113 I'll stay off him. He's gonna still be there. I'm not ready to go on Mustafa yet, but I'll take any of Hicks, Taylor Demerson, or Oladapo. Let's hear your other calls out there from the.
I like Ray Davis and Garendo, but we don't necessarily need to do that at the beginning of the fourth round either. So I'll wait on those guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else interested in Egan of Michigan?
Yeah.
Who was it?
I was thinking
later for me on the tight ends as well.
I also like Baker at wide receiver. I don't see him on your list there, Ken. He might be down a bit.
Yeah, he's
you
there.
already got him highlighted. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy that should be in the current list.
I like Jaheim Bell, and I also like Jared Wiley, who's not on your list. I don't know where you were on him.
Okay, and he tight end, right? Jaheim Bell is Wiley also?
Yes, Wiley is a tight end.
Put
But
him on here.
yeah, we can wait on them, but it'll be
I'm just putting them on the list.
Yeah.
Oh, now that's a big load off my mind that Kinchin's got taken by somebody else.
Oh, great.
That is a really good move. So Kinchin's gets taken by the LA Rams, and there are some tremendously athletic plays, and they're not going to show all the times he gets beat here.
Oh man, that was a play.
They literally showed just about every one of his forced incompletions there on that little highlight reel. It's hard to do for any player, but
Would you categorize him as a box safety?
Kinchin's all the way as a free safety, and he doesn't really test all that well in terms of his thing. His instincts are supposed to be better, but the problem is his instincts, if that's the case, have betrayed him. He's allowed 13.9 yards per target this year and 10.0 for his entire career at Miami. Think about that. The limited number of wide receivers who've ever had 10.0 yards per target in a season for the Ravens.
ACC.
Yeah. It's not the top of the Power Five, is your point.
Exactly.
Right there, yep.
Exactly. Yeah. For you to give up that much, I couldn't imagine. Well, that's one more player off the board, and it gives the Ravens one more opportunity to get their guy. So,
all right, we got the last pick of the night coming up, and I want to start getting into the thanks here, and hope people will be back tomorrow for more of this. This is just the most fun day of the year. I wish my sound system was in better, and I'm going to try and go to another computer that may or may not work anyway tomorrow, but I'm going to try that.
okay.
Luke McCaffrey of Rice goes off the board.
Oh, McCaffrey, huh?
Oh, really?
I mean, he's way down my list.
There goes Washington.
They wanted a piece of the family, huh?
Yeah. Did Rice get picked?
Jerry Rice's son?
Yeah.
No,
No, he's not.
They were going for legacy.
Brendan Rice.
All right, that's the last pick of the day, guys. Thanks again to everybody who listened. Absolutely fantastic time we have with this. I'm looking at the viewing numbers; they look terrific in terms of how many people have gotten a look at this today. Really appreciate the participation level. If anybody who is in the comments area wants a future spot as a panelist, and we'll probably talking next year at this point because we're really jammed up for tomorrow. Love to hear from you, and I'll certainly consider it. I want to make this as an open mic and experience as we can. And great job, guys. To the panelists, thanks so much for spending a couple hours of your night, hopefully in a way that's enjoyable to all you guys.
Ken, thanks for having us. Always enjoy it. Jake, Frazier, everybody, Brandon, we really appreciate chopping it up. Football is family, like Jason likes to say, and this is terrific. The Rivers didn't pick all the players that we coveted, but I'm optimistic. I like this draft class haul so far, especially Nate Wiggins in the first.
Yeah. There's upside left too.
Yep.
But Ken, you do a great job hosting this stuff.
Thank you, my friend.
6 picks.
You want to be on for this show tomorrow. It will be fast. It will be furious. And there's going to be 6 Ravens picks to talk about. So we're going to be very excited about it.
Thank you, Ken.
Thanks for having us, Ken. You do an awesome job. This board's fun. It's a good time.
Thank you.
Appreciate
so
it, guys.
Thank you.
Great time.
Appreciate all you contribute to the show on a regular basis, everyone here. We'll say good night, guys, and thank you again for dropping on. I'm going to lay this out here. I'll probably put a wrap-up show on, but if anybody who's in the comments or is on the group who is on the board here tonight sees that, please drop in a line asking people to join us for the show tomorrow. Anything you can do to publicize that, I really appreciate. All right, folks, we'll talk to you tomorrow at noon. All right, 11, right? 11 a.m.?
I believe it's 12.
That's way too early for the West Coast.
I believe
I'm on the
it's,
Central.
I think it's noon.
All right.
I'm living life right now. Tomorrow, not so much.
Look it up on the internet along with how World War I got started, and you'll find the what time it is. I don't want to give you the wrong time right now, but we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
See you, Ken. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
See you guys.